I hope everybody's doing great. Hello, YouTube. So, I got a little bit of work to do, and I know it's kind of early. It's early. It's what is it, 6:54. So, there's people out kind of working still, right? Working late hours. I totally get it. I was one of them. Um, but I just wanted to come on here and say hello. I was kind of looking for. So if Peter S comes on here, I hope you can still hear me. Let me know if, just let me know too if you, or just let me know the audio's good. Also, don't forget, hit the like button. It just helps out the algos. And hopefully you can still hear me while I'm looking for my gloves. Where'd my gloves go? Son of a biscuit, they're right in my back pocket. Um, but he's gonna ask, it's getting to be that time of year, fall time. So it's time to start loading up some wood. My stack is falling over. It's been drying all summer. But no, I was kind of looking for Peter because Peter was thinking about just looking to see if there's a. I tell you what, man, mice love field mice. They love these bins. They love being in wood piles. So do they. But I was kind of looking for Peter. So if you see Peter, let him know I'm looking for him. Peter S. But he asked me about. He was asking me about. What was he asking me? Oh, hooking up with me and Cap. And so I've been thinking about him pretty heavily. And I was hoping that either if we get a job or he gets a job, because the one thing I was curious too is like I don't know if he's not real familiar with openers. I don't know how he feels about that or where he is. I didn't ask him where he's struggling. You know, where is your where do you feel your weakness is in the garage doors? And honestly, if you guys cruise through here, you're more welcome. I see somebody commented on there. Um, you're more welcome to let me know if you got any weaknesses on what you're thinking garage doors. You know, if you think there's something you'd like to know or you're not real confident in, you can always let me know too about making a video or we can talk about it. You can always email me. I put it in the description below. So, also, email me. Well, it's a good time to be. It's that good evening. You can feel it. It's a good evening to be out hunting. For the guys out in the woods right now, it's in effect at least here in Michigan. I don't know what if it is in your neck of the woods, but it's one of those nice nights. It's really calm. You can hear a lot. I can tell it's one of those quiet nights. I'll jump over here, say hello for a minute. I'm gonna grab me a drink here. Is it Lee? Is it Lee Marie? Oh, hello. Freeze, what's up, Freeze? Eric, hope you're doing good. What you been working on, man? I got this tripod, so it's a little goofy for me to see, so if I'm monkeying with this. Um, I think we're gonna have to make Eric's here enough. Eric, you want to be moderator in case we get somebody gets crazy? You can have the magic stick. You're here enough, that's for sure. I think you've earned the right for it. They've changed a little bit. It was kind of weird. I was hoping tonight I was gonna. I've been wanting to change the camera, um, but it doesn't seem like I have that option anymore. It doesn't in the settings. I don't have the option to flip the camera anymore. I don't know what's going on. Kind of a bummer. Ah, some good looking wood here. Oh yes, it makes some good smelling fire. Good oak, red oak. So otherwise, I hope everybody's doing great. Give me a little drink here for a second. I know it's early. The guys are out still working and stuff like that. And hey, you know, if you guys don't mind, it looks like we got a few people here. And just so you know, you're not AI and all that. And if you would, please, just from my heart, button. If you're cruising through, even if you just stopping and just hit the like button, this helps bring more people in. It's funner that way. You know what I mean? We just have a good time. Let me just make sure. Like I said, audio's still good. Let me grab something to drink here quick. Grabs me a water. I thought I threw Bubba in here. Oh yeah, here's Bubba. Well, I'll be darned. The infamous cat comes around. Smokey, come here. This cat, I tell you, he only comes around anytime I ever do a video. So you guys are super lucky. This is Mr. Smokey. The boy cat. He's just an outfield cat. He's looking for mice. He's a good boy. He is. He is a good boy. Here. Go up there for a second. No? Smell those mice? Smell those mice, do you? Where's those mice? Go get those mice. Go get those varmints. Yeah. Go find them. Don't look at me. I got no treats. Bugs are out. It's too cold for bugs. What's oh, Kevin's here too. Kevin's always got good stuff. All right. I'm here for the stunts. Ah, I love it. I love it, Kevin. The stunts like for the struts. I don't think we're gonna get too adventurous tonight. I thought about it, like I said, if it gets too dark, I might jump on the laptop or the computer, do it that way. But I just thought I was gonna do an early one. I just felt like being outside, just because the weather's so nice. It's good working weather. Is it Cameron? Is it Murray? Hey, hello. If I miss you guys, I'm sorry. Like I said, this tripod's not the best. Am I gonna ignite that? No, not yet. My dad gave me for Firewood, right? Hey, we got 9 likes too. Like I said, don't forget to hit the like button. This helps the YouTube algorithm. Anyways, but it was funny. One time told me, he goes, I know how you're gonna market your. And I said, yeah. And he goes, market it as smokeless. Okay. He goes, market it as smokeless firewood till it's lit. And I tell you what, I marketed it that way one time a couple years back, and I tell you what, I got a ton of views on that thing, the smokeless fire until lit. But people were just, I mean, you know, because there's a lot of people out there that don't want smoke and all that stuff in their face. I don't blame them. Nice work, brother. Into my first commercial door installation, and when I unwrapped our door and the panels were, wow, delaminating. Dang, Eric, I hope maybe if you got some pictures, man, send them this way. You know, I think the laminating might be a little different for everybody, so I'm kind of curious to see what that like, because I just can't really think of off the top of my head to having door delaminate and where. I only guess the ones I do think of one time when I had an AMAR door that was a, what was it? It was wood. It was like that wood grain, and like the sticker was coming off. It's like a sticker they put over that thing, and it was like popping off. Hey, thank you. 11 likes too. Is it that? Shout out, yo, bro. Okay. Got 25 people. I think we got about 18 now. But like I said, it always bounces around. It kind of sometimes it's drifters, sometimes new people, sometimes good people, sometimes it may be just AI. I don't know. Like I said, it's crazy how you can have 22 and you ask them, you say, hey, hit the like button, and you can't do it. Like I said, sometimes I think it's AI. That's just my opinion. Yeah, there you go. That's what I should do. Where is everybody from? Tell me state, country, city. State are you from? What country are you from? As it Chris says, I don't think I'm AI. Hey, is it kind of Clayton? It's not Clayton, is it? It's Clayton. Doing good. Hope you're doing good. It's right stuck in the willy weeds. I can't find it. I need this to change a little bit. In Nebraska. Oh, nice. Oregon. Okay, I see. But Lincoln, New York is for college. Ooh, college, man. How do you like college? I never did the college thing. I never knew what I wanted to be when I grew up. I still don't know what I want to grow up. It's probably pretty sad, isn't it? I would agree. Holy cow. What is it? It says, is that Australia? Dang, man. So Australia got inflation too? Prices, everything getting crazy? Gosh, it's inflation, man. I tell you what, you try to go out to eat, even at a restaurant or something, just a little place. It doesn't even matter if it's like Mickey D's. That stuff's expensive, man. Everything. I mean, never was much of a, how do I say it? Like, I was never really much of a money conscious person. Um, Gosh, every time I see how much stuff costs to eat, just buy, product, everything. Goodness, it's just nuts. And I'm sure it's not going to go down as much as it went up. It might go a little bit, maybe on some things. I mean, if anybody knows something right off the top of their head that they go, oh yeah, that dropped down a lot. Put it in the comments because I'd love to hear it. Da-da-da-da. I see Mr. C says, I love your live. Awesome. Eric says, I don't think I'm AI, but not for sure. Eric, oh, you're not. We know. You're a diehard. You know what I'm saying? It's just the ones that are passing through. So, but hey, I appreciate you guys hitting the like button. Like I said, we got 12. Like, let's bring people in. It's fun, like I said. And if you guys got any questions, I'm not Dr. Phil, but somewhat close. Not really. But like I said, if you have business or anything, like I said, I just jump on here to any questions or anything. Plus, I love seeing stuff. Um, is it Queen? Like Queen says here. What does this? I love college. It's honestly a great experience. Education, so I love kids there and the people around me. Awesome. Might be bouncing here a little bit. Like I said, I'm gonna bounce between this other cat. But no, that's awesome, man. That's the same. That's the same for me. I can't tell you how much I love kids. I love the younger generation. I love teaching. I love showing, and fun. It really is. It's such a gift. I don't even know how to explain it. Especially when you get older. When I was younger, I didn't really experience it. I think because when you're younger, I don't know, until I probably got about 35 maybe for me, 30, somewhere in there. Where you like, you just really enjoy the kids, man. The kids are everything. They're the next generation. They're so much fun. It's like a privilege. It's an honor almost. Illinois is here? Dang, Illinois. Chris, where about in Illinois? Like right in the old Chicago outskirts city? Got a city? Just curious. Illinois is always one of those cities, or it's kind of like state. I mean, I just don't know about that place. Never lived there, so I've been through there, but just don't know if I'd ever want to put roots down in that area. It's kind of like New York, but New York has, it's so broad. I mean, it's kind of like, it's like you can kind of think of like, obviously like Michigan, right? You got Detroit, you got some rough areas, got Muskegon Heights, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if there is a really like perfect state out there, to be honest, where like the whole state is pretty clean, pretty nice, that I can think of. But you can put it in the comments below. Dun, 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 dun. Freeze God. Dalton, Ohio, right now. Ooh, Dalton. I wonder how far away you are. Is it Holton? Holt? I thought that's where the Wayne Dalton headquarters was. I gotta make sure my mics don't die on you. Otherwise you won't hear me from a distance. From a distance. Such a pretty night out. Gosh, I love the fall colors too. Just love them. So I'm definitely glad to be out here getting the fresh air right now. Queen, like Harley Quinn. Ooh, I love it. I love it. I was just watching Harley Quinn the other night. A little short video, I think it was, how she gets all the makeup and stuff on. There's always like that spiciness to her. That's just that bad girl. You don't bring her home to mom, no. How's the weather today, sir? So today, From what I understand, one of the kids told me, what did we get up to? We got like 13 likes. There we go. I can see it now. 13. We got 13 likes. Thank you guys. Tonight's supposed to be the coldest night, I guess. And I tell you what, this morning it was frosty, man. Like rooftops, like it almost looked like snow because they were so frosty. So tonight's supposed to be the coldest. So my guess is it's going to be around 31, 32 degrees tonight, the low. Um, it was supposed to start warming up a little bit. I think we got about 55 to 60 today. So on that cooler side, but it's like that great sweater. It's that great working weather time. Love it. Love it. It's a beautiful out. It's just got that beautiful smell in the air right now. Because then you know what's going to come. It's winter. You know, and there's a lot of people in my family and stuff, friends, everything, you know. They go, I don't know why you hate winter. You hate winter. You know, here's the thing. Here's the real honest truth. I can live with winter, right? But you know the one part I do not like about winter? I do not like the snow. That's the only part. And the reason I don't like the snow is because typically snow is icy roads. Icy roads is harder to drive. And then it was what it does to the vehicle, right? The vehicle is really the big kicker. The salt, you know, you work hard, man. I don't know about you guys out there, but Uncle Dave here, Uncle Dave works his ass off for this stuff. You know what I mean? It's hard working for these vehicles, and these prices just keep going up and up and up. So they get rusty. The brake lines, the connections, everything gets corroded. They rust out. That's just what I don't like. I hate the rust. But if we had the cold, I'm cool with cold. You know, I can handle the cold. I just don't like the icy roads. People are getting nutty how they drive now. I tell you, it's just getting worse and worse. I don't know what's going on. I just heard the other day. Maybe you guys didn't. Maybe know this. Maybe don't know this. But I heard that something with like student drivers. I guess they're not. They're not training. Oh, it still smells good. They're still not training as long. I guess it used to be like 6 weeks. And now it's like only like 3 weeks for them to do their driver's training or something on the road. Oh, I should have a smell of that. So I don't know. So the weather is good right now. It's probably got to be about 45, 47. The sun's going down. Probably a pretty sunset. It's by the lake. Eric says, we need more teachers. Yeah, I think we need more teachers. We need like more open-minded people. And I think we need like I said, people be open-minded, more teachers, leadership. I see so little leadership. And it's not like you have to be a superb and perfect leader, right? But you got to be able to kind of get yourself out of a wet paper bag. You know what I mean? And I think the only reason I've ever noticed that, for the most part, was when I had a lot of employees under me and stuff, and just seeing sometimes how people fold, or they like call you right away, and it's like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And it's like, what? And then it's like, they're like, well, what am I gonna do? And I'm like, it's like, just do this. Oh, okay. But then if you give them 10 minutes and call them back, they're like, I already figured it out. And it's like, well, then why didn't you just go take a 10-minute break, go sit in the truck, eat a Pop-Tart, have a cigarette, whatever you do, and drink a pop, a soda, if you're from South, right? It's called soda, not pop. And, you know, just think about it for a minute. Instead of like making the Mayday call, calling 911, you know? That's right. I go down to Tennessee, they say, I got the accent. No, you're from Tennessee. You got the accent, not me. Not just kidding. Yeah, Eric says it's starting to get real dark outside, and my neighbor started to mow his lawn. Maybe that's all he got, you know. Okay, so Sterling, a couple hours from Chicago. Chicago. Tell us about your city. Let's see. Tell me about. So the obviously the one I really know is it's Muskegon, right? Because I've grown up in Muskegon, Michigan, and This is just obviously my opinion, right? What do we got up to now? We got like 17 likes. Dang, dog. So Muskegon, Michigan, it's kind of a call it. Do you call it a cesspool? I don't know. Like you kind of got the lakeshore, which isn't the lakeshore's probably about 20 minutes away from like the shop area. Anyway, so it's you got the lakeshore, and then it's like everything always by the lake is money, right? It just seems like it's got the cottages, they got the nice cars, they're from Chicago, all that stuff, right? So then you got the money, and then we have what's called Muskegon Heights. Ooh. If you hear what happens in the news in Detroit, Muskegon's probably right there, or it might be worse. I don't know. But I know there is darn near, it feels like about a shooting every day or every other day that happens in that area. It's not a good area. Then you kind of got the outskirts, right? Which is rural area, country, medium, little suburbs here and this and that pop up. So, I mean, it's diversified. I mean, uh, it's not horrible. And I know every place has got, but like when I went up to Petoskey, Michigan, Petoskey, Michigan's north, right? Now that place is pretty darn nice. Nice demographic of people. Things feel slow. Like you ever notice nowadays, right? You ever watch people? I'm kind of a people watcher. But you ever watch people and how they just kind of like they're always just in a rush? So I used to think like Traverse City was that way, right? I thought, yeah, Traverse City, Michigan, that's, the place, right? They got wine tasting up there. It's still a nice area, don't get me wrong. But I think Petoskey's a little nicer. Just more slow pace. Uh, I don't know. It just seemed nicer. But you guys let me know where you think something's nice. You know what I mean? You can put it in the comments. Wyoming. Nothing happens there. What's the one? Iowa? Isn't that where Tanner? I think Tanner's still out working. He was doing some Menards doors, and that sounds pretty nice. I want to go out there at some point because I'd like to see it. Is it George? Is it Ween Dalton? The Ween of Dalton? I don't know if that is kind of a joke or what. It's funny. I spelt it out there. Uh, that's right, Mount Hope. Thank you, Eric. Yes, based out of Mount Hope. But they got big factory in Dalton for their rolling steel doors. Yes, yes. It must not be too far away though, right? Because I feel like I experienced both. I went to their rolling steel, and I went to their factory of making. What the stinking cat? Get on my spot, man! I'm pulling wood off this thing. What's wrong with you? Can't see him. He's off camera, but he's over there in my spot where I was just pulling wood. Anybody want a cat? That's my spot, dude. That's what I'm pulling. Ay, ay, ay. Boy, cats. Oh, Jer behind, bear behind, bear behind. What is it? Be careful, bro. Looks at the behind. See a bear? God, I hope not. I don't see no damn bear. I don't need no bear. We have had a bear in the area one time. Really, Eric Scott, there isn't a bear. That's just a kitty cat. Just a kitty cat. A little bear. He thinks he's a lion. I always like that thought process of him. You know, you ever notice like a lion can like basically spook the hell out of an elephant? I always like that analogy. And that's why I'm always telling you guys. I tell my kids all this stuff too. This Everything is manifested right here between these, between your eyes and stuff. Right here. You gotta envision it. You gotta envision it. You gotta think about it. You gotta go for it. It doesn't happen overnight. That is for darn sure. It's a very slow process. Do do do. Ooh, we got love from, I don't know what that little flag is, banner, but I appreciate it. Love it. Wow, you are a joker. I like snow, so I can go out and clear my neighbor's driveway for more what? Money. That's right. That's right. That is a good point. That is a good point. Oh, what's his name? Oh, it says, you gotta be nice. So I'll tell you kind of a fun little story. We got still power on this mic. Let's see. Oh yeah, she's still got juicy. I used to plow, right? I'll tell you for you guys that are in the live stream. Like I said, if you don't mind, please hit the like button. I see we got 18. So that's cool. Thank you for up to 18 likes. Like I said, just helps wake things up, brings more people in, more conversation, hopefully more nice people. We got a bunch of great people, but we like nice people. Um, so I kind of got on that rampage when I was younger. I used to plow, right? And the one thing I found, which I'm surprised, and maybe somebody, Eric would be a kind of guy that would figure this out. He knows this stuff. He's a smart guy. And anyways, I used to go out, I go plowing. And what I found out with plowing, especially when I was doing, I did a commercial parking lot, and I was doing some residential, and then I was doing my own, and I think I was doing maybe one or two rentals at the time back then for plowing. But you know what I found out was like I'd have to wake up. I'd have to wake up at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for these damn plow jobs. You know what I mean? Because like the one, you know what was really weird is like at least our area, maybe your guys' area isn't like this, but we got like you could be here right now where I'm standing, and you could go almost 2 to 3 miles. At least here in Michigan, we get this lake effect. And that stuff screws up the wind changes. You get these wind funnel areas where it'll actually snow more. So it was a real booger because I have to wake up and then I have to make a prediction, right? And I'd be looking at my driveway and be like, well, I mean, maybe should I? Like, I'm not trying to screw the customer, but like, I also don't want them calling me in the middle of the day because then, for one, if there's cars, the parking lot's going to be full. So, anyways, I had that whole ordeal. I did that for quite a few years. Then I finally got done with it. I was like, I'm over it. Truck was always breaking down. Always working on it. Seemed like just wasn't worth it. And then I did this lady, right? This older lady. The first year, I forget how I did. If I used a plower, I used a snowblower. But I charged her, right? And she seemed a little disappointed. This is always one of those weird kind of stories, right? She was a little disappointed. Like I told her it was like $200 or something. I said it's $200 for the year because she's like, we got done, and she's like, what do I owe you? I was like, $200. And I remember her kind of like, oh, $200. That's quite a bit. And I'm like, man, I'm really trying to give you a deal here. Plus I got to drive all the way across town. She's not on the same side as me. So the next year, I just felt like in my heart, I was making better money. Her husband passed away. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to charge her. I'm not going to charge her. Just not going to charge her. I'm just going to do it like it's my grandma. So then, of course, the end of the year comes, right? She's telling me, and I think what I did, I switched it up. Instead of bringing my own equipment, I used hers. I got her, of course, her snowblower. The oil didn't look like it's ever been changed in it since it was new. So I got that thing all oiled up and, changed the oil, got it, new gas, made sure everything was running good. And I'd go over there and I'd snowblow her driveway. End of the year comes. She's like, how much do I owe you? I said, nothing. I said, nothing. No, 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 no. I said, no, nothing. I said, we take donations. She gives me more money than the year before. She gave me like $300-400. I'm like, what the? Like last year, you're kind of like griping about it, and now you know what I mean. I don't. Anywho, well, she was the same way, right? We get just a dust of snow at my house, and she'd call me in the middle of the day, and she'd be like, "Are you gonna come over and snowblow?" And I'm like, I wasn't really planning on it. I said because hopefully I'm still good here. Let me know if something changes because my phone's froze. I'm sorry about that. I have to hold you, call you like a little baby. But anyways, she's like, "Are you gonna come over and go snowblow my driveway?" And I'm like, her name was Ann. I was like, Ann. I was like, why? I was like, there's only a dust. She's like, I got like 6 inches in my driveway, and I'm like, what? So, not cool, right? Not cool at all. So, anywho, I just didn't like the jostle, right? I don't like the inconsistency. But for Eric, obviously, it's his neighbor. I just wanted to tell the story. Do 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 do. Ooh, what's Eric got? He says, "Have you ever been to? Is it Menominee, Michigan? No, I can't say. I never even know. I don't even know where that's at. What's 7 mean? They are about 15 miles away from each other. Oh, okay, okay. The Wayne Dalton stuff. Gotcha. That's cat, right? That's right. Don't be eating my cat. Do you have a wood stove? Nah, I basically this stuff is for sale. It'll get sold. I got some old customers. Are you the? That's a weird name. Says his name is Are You the God of War? Well, that's interesting. That's a cool name. My profile picture and username says a lot about my. Uh, that's a good one, Eric. I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's so right. That's so right. You love the snow. You love the snow. Hey, what's up? Is it dark? Is it dark leader? It's it's a silver fox. You're talking about the cat, not me, right? Uh, this is so weird how it pulls up. It says, "Darn, you're a nice guy, man." And it's like that's his like handle or his name or something. I don't know. He brings up new ones. Have a good day. You have a good day as well. Hey, we got up to 19 likes too, by the way. So thank you for the like button. Like I said, I might have to plug you in for a second. So Eric says, I finally got a working snowblower. The past 2 years, I've just had problems with my snowblower. Ooh, Eric, I do value your opinion. You always give me some good advice. Still got my fan, man. And do you or does anybody? I should put in there. Does anybody? I gotta keep touching the screen, otherwise it's gonna conk out on me. Does anybody have a certain snowblower that's a decent, good snowblower? That's parts are readily available, and anything else in between. Just curious, because I might get a snowblower for a certain application that I got going, um, and I really don't know what. Like I see some old John Deeres, but they got those old looking motors on them, and I'm just like, I don't know about that, you know. And then it's like, I think the new modern Huskies. Oh, it's a big piece. I think the new modern Huskies are not that good. Maybe. I mean, if you buy a brand new one, you're probably gonna have to get 2, 3 years, no problems. But I know some of this stuff is all built by MTD, and I don't know. I don't really know. I used to have an old. I think I used to have an old Craftsman back in the day. Okay, so Aaron says the Aaron's or the Toro. Interesting. That's good. That's good because I think I've seen some Aaron's, and I didn't know much about them. Like I never had one. I figured those were okay. Like I said, I see some that are like, I'm like, do I gotta get that old John Deere? Like that thing's built like a tank, like just a good old. And then I see some that got chains on them. I'm thinking, maybe. I don't know if I want chains or not. Um, so I'm open for advice on them because, like I said, I just haven't used one enough, and it's been many years, and I can't remember what my grandpa used to have. Man, my grandpa used to have a really old one. Man, I think it was a beast. It was so wide, and it turned like garbage, and of course, I was a small kid, I guess, when I was doing it, so it wasn't much fun messing with it. I hated that machine. I don't think it was self-propelled either. I think you had to push the darn thing. Man, that was a bear. What is that? What is that? Is it the? I see the flags, so I can fight. There you go. I'll hook you up, Eric. I'll see what I can do here. Let's do this. Oh, see, look at, they're coming. We got Rich in the house. Um, here you go. I'll hook up. Stand, you can hide, hold, something, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Change. Standard. Let's do that. Boom. Let's see if that helps. I think you've been blessed. You have been sworn in. Uh, what's up, Mr. Rich? How you doing? It says, oops, sorry. Phone's definitely getting low. I'll have to jump on the charger. This is a Toro single stage for up to about 8 inches. Aaron's 2 stage. The deep wet stuff. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever. I'm glad Rich brought that up. I don't think I'd ever go back to a single stage because when I think of the single stage, at least like if it was like the one I used to have a lawnmower, a John Deere lawnmower that just has that single stage, that paddle, and it tries to throw it out the chute. And I tell you what, the weather has gotten more weird and weird up here in Michigan. And that stuff, man, dude, I'm telling you, it gets stuck in the chute like all day long. And I tell you what, since I'm not a big snow guy, I'm not like the guy that likes to get off my equipment or get around my equipment or stick my hand down the chutes and just be like, oh, it's just a beautiful wonderland out here in the snow. Like, I want to get that thing done and I want to go into the warm house as soon as I can. You know what I mean? Like, so I'd definitely probably be a 2 stage. Like, I can't stand when those things clog up. Even when I had a plow blade and the darn thing, snow would get stuck to it, be irritating. Eric's, Eric says, hey, Rich, what have you been working on lately? You've been kind of quiet. Haven't sent me any threatening pictures lately of locking me up for my mustard. Only ketchup on my hot dogs. What have you been working on? Been kind of quiet. Haven't seen no pictures. You've been working on some garage doors, been doing other stuff. Out mowing grass. What you got going, man? Oh man. Well, I was hoping to get that bin kind of topped off. I don't know if the battery's going to make it or not. Yeah, I don't know. So maybe we'll do a few more. We'll do a few more in there. Or jump on the power side. Like I said, I just wanted to at least do a live tonight. Like it's not going to be probably a late one. I could still jump on, I guess, if we wanted to. Like I said, but it's just been that type of year, that type of season now. Everybody's just kind of winding down. And like I said, I'm kind of gunning for hunting season a little bit. Probably take a week off or so for rifle season. My Toro single stage is an older snow commander thing. Is a tank. Dang, even you know. I don't know, man. Like I said, that's what's Eric got here. Eric Scott, he says, I used to have a snow, what is that called? A snow fleet? Who made it? Huh, I never even heard of that. That's a weird name, man. But it was a beast. It was like metallic blue. Okay. Was a chrome handle. Ooh, had a chrome handle? That cost extra, man. We know those cost extra. Blue handle, chrome handle, great condition. And I really regret selling it. Oh man, I've been there. I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly how that goes. Selling something that, oh, it's always a bummer, but you know how it is. We just can't have it all. Storing it. Few doors. Yeah, pretty slow. Yeah, it's pretty quiet. Like I said, it happens all the time for this type of year. You know, like I said, the lame duck for the everybody's wanting to see. I mean, obviously we're all getting smashed with, election crap, and you know what kind of threw me a little bit. Maybe some of you guys could throw a little comment in here about this, but I got the one today, or it wasn't today. I think it was yesterday. I got one that was for Mr. T, Mr. Trump. and it was asking for like a mail in, and I kept thinking, I'm surprised. Like, I'm really surprised that he doesn't like say, no, do not do the mail in. Make sure you go down. Um, because it's just funny how none of them like. I don't feel like he ever talks about like the way it was, like it's rigged. So I just like if it was me, I'd be like, no, make sure you go down there. Like I don't even know if people when it comes, if they're gonna have to. I don't know if that ever even came. Like they weren't even letting you. It was like a whole thing like you didn't have to do ID, which is really silly. So messed up. But yeah, it's not. There's nothing really gangbuster that time. It's like I said, it's that time of year, man. Everybody's kind of starting to hunker down, get vehicles ready. Um, you know, money doesn't go very far right now, and you might get a little push at the worst time. Especially if you're doing like corporations. Like the corporations for us, all of a sudden you get like slammed. You get a little burst, but there's not been a lot this year either. You know what I mean? Not a lot of the estimates like you would see that come in heavily, like normally. Um, so it could be just pretty much the rest, and who knows? We obviously got to get through winter, and we'll see what next year brings in the spring, and who's going to be our next king or queen, I guess. So I can vote like. There you go. Eric says he says no ID, so I can vote like 20 times. There you go. It's just so messed up, man. I tell you, I just uh, would I be wrong to say I just kind of like don't have faith in the system anymore? Um, like I don't know if it's a election more than it's just a selection now. I don't know. Am I the only one that kind of feels that way? I just when I seen that thing, it said don't forget to turn in your vote. Mail it in. And I just thought I don't know. I feel like until we have like I want like older people, right? I want grandmas and grandpas doing it like at the VFW. That's what I want. Like where like you walk up and be like, so what's it looking like? They're like, well, I've been tallying these things up, and they'd be talking to the next, or maybe like the churches should do it or something. I don't know. Um, but like when it comes to the whole, you know, um, who is it? Is it George Sorrell? Am I saying that right? George Sorrell? When he's the one that invented the machines that tally it up or something, yeah, he's the guy that buys all these countries up and blah blah blah. I don't know. Man. I kind of, you know, isn't it kind of like it reminds me of a casino. Everything reminds me of the casino. You ever notice that? Am I like the only one that feels that way? Like I feel like everything is like the casino. Like it's always like excitement. Like I keep getting these things all the time on what is it? Through my phone. I keep getting all these things where it's like there'll be, today the stock market did this, and it's like over the silliest stuff. Where I'm like, okay, I'm like, so the stock market rallied because of one stock, like, okay, and my grandpa was a big casino guy, right? Not in a good way, but he spent a lot of his money there, and he just always, oh, they're giving a free truck away over there, and he'd have to waddle over there. Oh, they're giving a free model uh, woman away over here. You know, it just that's what it feels like every day. Like I'm like, do we just live in a casino? Sold it for $90, man. Should have got 500. Damn, that does hurt on the snowblower. Rich has got vote early. No idea. Go 20 times. Rich has got the thumbs up in the heart. Eric says the system is so corrupt. uh, Big shakeup. Man, I don't know. Like I said, it's crazy. It is just crazy. Um, Everything is gambling. What's Rich got here too? The politicians are the House. What's up, Tanner? You finally get done with that door? Those 2 doors? I think you're doing 2 doors, right? 2 9x8s. I was giving Tanner crap earlier. I was texting him, and I told him, I said, man, you better be not taking all my Menards doors. He's working on an easy side. I think he's got a couple 9x8s he's doing. It looked like he had a concrete issue. Somebody left him a nice swoop in the corner, so his door wasn't sealing in the bottom. He's loving life right now, man. He is loving it. Plus, he's got the easy set. Oh, Tanner, don't forget, like what Rich said, right? Rich, you got to spray some lube, man, down that tube, you know, because, man, that makes a hell of a difference, man. I installed so many of those over the years, and they make all that noise. So thank you, Rich, for recommending that. That really helped out a lot. There's got everything is. Tanner, these easy sets. What's up? What's up? Somebody, uh, are you in the forest? That's hot. It's gonna get hot once we start a fire. But we got smokeless firewood here right now. If you'd like to buy some, it's only smokeless until it's lit though. So, but I'm selling every piece. These are special pieces, like I said, for $5 a piece. So I'm playing with this wood, not the other wood. Freeze. I got gambling problems, so I got to stay 6 feet away from lottery tickets and casinos. He says hi, Tater. Let's see here. Yeah, spray those springs, man. I'm telling you, man, I haven't had one squeak on me yet since I sprayed the inside. I don't even think I sprayed the outside of the last one I did. Oops. Maybe I did. I tried to, but I might have forgot because it was just quiet. But I mean, I used to make all kinds of noise. I used to spray the crap on the outside of them, and I'd be like, what is wrong with this thing? Why will this thing not, you know, be quiet? It says, and the electrician put the boxes right above. Ooh, openers. They're slammed to the ceiling. Dang. Dang. Get a chance, Tanner. Make sure you take some pictures. Send them to me tonight. Oh, man. What a bummer. It's like, I tell you, man, it's a snowball effect. That's why I think I'm editing a video. Yeah, I think I was editing a video for you guys. It'll come out whenever I get a chance. I don't know. But I was thinking about that where I was like, you ever just get a job where it's like one thing just leads to another? Oh, man. I just did one with Mr. Caleb, and it was that way where it was just like, I even tried to do like the good luck. I think just like Tanner, actually. He already went there and looked at the job and, you know, brung extra weather seal and all this other good stuff, and even bought the little plastic bracket for the center, like a good doobie. And it's just like it just blows up, man. Sometimes it goes that way. I don't, it's irritating. And when I was with Caleb on that one job, oh, I see him come. Can't see him, but I see him, Mr. Tanner. Thank you. But whew, it's getting chilly out here. It's great. But you know, that one for Mr. Caleb, you know, he tells me, he goes, we were doing it on Sunday, and he tells me, he goes, well, he's like, I still plan on going to, I think it was youth group or something. And I'm like, I said, like, the hell you're going to a youth group? I said, dude, I said, we still got like 3 more hours on this job. I said, that's if it even goes good. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, shoot, man, we got to figure out all the fine details still. You know, that's what it always seems like a garage door, right? You get the opener up, you stack the door. It's all the small detail stuff that eats up. Like when I was trying, oh, I should ask Rich. Rich, while I'm on here. Rich, how do you put the pipe down that tube again when you do like a Chamberlain? When you're like assembling the rail, are you shoving the pipe down? Because of course we were doing a 10-foot, you know, with an extension. And oh my gosh, we had a hell of a time getting that wire down there. And I didn't think of it until afterwards. And I didn't have fish tape, and the contractor guy that was there too didn't have fish tape that was working in the house. So that sucked. So we ended up taking a vacuum in a bag and sucking a string down there. That was fighting me. I had to plug off all the holes with electrical tape. Then we had to tear the head unit off because I was bound determined to get those stinking wires down that rail. I didn't want to put them on the ceiling because they have foam up there. They sprayed it all. Problem. Spray those springs. Electrician put boxes. No, I don't. I didn't meant it. You're. I'm not hot. Nah. Can't even see me. I'm a black man. See? Okay. There you go. That's a good screenshot right there. Looking up in the world. Just remember, today's gone. Can never get it back. Enjoy it. This is the youngest you'll be right now. This is the youngest you'll ever be. You and me. This is the youngest we'll ever be. It's crazy. The sun's going down. It's pretty. The phone's actually probably picking up more than what even is there, but it's pretty. Oops. Close. What's flashing? Oh, that's flashing. Okay. I thought my eyes were freaking out on me. I don't think, Eric says, I don't think 46 degrees is hot. Heck no, man. My one hand holding the phone right now is cold. You know how the phones, too, they don't like the cold. The battery just starts plummeting. I think I got her. She looks full. You can't probably see it, but it's there. It's there. I don't have my flashlight on me either. Nope. No flashlight. No goodies. I'll throw Bubba in the truck for a second and see how she goes. Spray those springs. Like I said, though, I need, what is it? Rich? What did I ask Rich again? Oh, I wanted to ask him about how he gets those wires. Does it disassembled? Or how's he getting those wires down there? Down that center tube on a Chamberlain on a, whatever you call it, on a, I don't want to call it a, it's a box store. A box store unit. Throw this out. Oh man, it's definitely gonna get cold tonight. Definitely. All right, tell me if I forgot anything here. I got that. I got my glove. Tripod's good. We got, what else? Anything else? Guess that's it, man. It's dark. It's dark. It's dark. It's like 5 degrees warmer in this truck right now. Feels darn good. There we go. Hey, there I am. Whew. Whew. Let me throw this in. Hopefully the audio stays on. You have to let the audio still. Hopefully you can still hear me. I got to plug you in. You need the juice. You need juicy. Oh, this hand from holding the phone is frozen. Oh. I put like 3 sections at a time, and I put a, oh, why is this phone still doing that? That's weird. I put a fold on the back wires so it doesn't get stuck pushing it through. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. That's what I kind of figured. I mean, I knew, well, I didn't know obviously, but I was like, damn, man. I was like, I did like, you know, we're doing a 10-foot, you know, the extensions. And I was like, uh-oh, I bet I did this wrong. And I'm so programmed. You know, you always start with the photo eyes and work your way up from there. That's at least how I do it. That it just didn't even dawn on me about throwing that in there. Oh man. Is it Eaton? Says, I've been trying to contact you about your extended car warranty. Oh, well, son of a biscuit. Don't worry. I don't drive a car. This is actually a deer blind. I don't drive a car. I ride a horse. So horse and a buggy. I'm Amish. So I found a little fish tape though. I don't know why this thing keeps darkening out on me. So I found a little fish tape. And I don't even know where I got it, honestly. I think it's I don't know if it's my uncles or cousins or just got left behind or something. But I found a little fish tape, so I thought, well, that's going in my bag, man. I'm gonna carry me a fish tape now on my bag, because that was a nightmare not having that fish tape, man. There you go. What's Eric's 3 sections? Eric says to spray the shit out of everything. Do it up. I've been trying to contact. Yes, this is just tuned in. Yes, are we looking for a Bigfoot? Yes, Sasquatch. He's around here. I think they say he hangs out in the trees. That always spooked me when I kind of learned that, because especially like when you're deer hunting, you know, like I'm always like scanning the horizon a little bit, you know, for somebody standing there or whatever. Never looking at the trees, man. But can you imagine something coming out of the trees and getting you? Ooh, scary, scary. Eric says, I never thought of running wires through the rail, but I tie a nut to a wire and drop it into the rail. Ooh, that's not a bad idea either. I think the problem I was running into, so we started sticking the wire down the tube, but the way they're assembled, you know, your lip part is facing, so the wire was catching the lip in the tube, because we were doing obviously a 10-foot rail, so that was ridiculous. And honestly, I'm super, you know, I'm super happy that Rich brought it up too, because I never thought about it either. And honestly, on this job application, this was the ticket, man, because that thing had the roof pitch and it had styrofoam up there. And I mean, I've done it before where you've like just, you know, but being 10 foot, man, that's a long span. You know, you staple the front really good or put a nail or whatever you do, twist a wire and then jet it across the air, you know, over to your angle. But you know how it is. It's like, if the angle ever shifts over years of vibrations, it cuts into the wire, or you can do other things like zip tie or something, but it's just not as good. You know what I'm saying? Like but down the rail is pretty slick. It was actually pretty nice. It was just not nice getting it in there after I put the rail together, and I realized, you know, because I even had Caleb, we took the head unit off. He was trying everything to put his hand around it to keep suction, because he had the vacuum down there. We just couldn't do it. So finally, he had to pry out the tabs. We had to pull the end piece out, right? The one for the head unit. Then we could stick the vacuum on it. And then what was really weird is what I was struggling with is I put plastic on it and the string. And of course, he didn't have like like I had like when you run a string for like a fence and stuff, that really, really tough string that's really thin. That's what I'd like. But he had like fuzzy string, you know, like whatever. It's like a sack bag or whatever you call it. I don't know. But anyways, I could not get that thing to flow down there. So I ended up finally just taking the plastic all the way off, and I could tell it was catching the rope itself, and it sucked the rope down finally on a slope. And we got it. But man, I bet we probably chewed up, you know, 10, 15 minutes just screwing around with that darn thing. Wonder if Tanner's still at the job. Tanner, you still at the job? You just listening? You still out working? Or did you get home? I've never run through. I run wire from the head to the front bracket. Air says, do you got pictures? This install sounds interesting. I might have a few. I don't think there was nothing too outstanding on it for. As Tanner jumps on and says, "Don't you dare!" You know, I don't think there was nothing revealing on there. He obviously Tanner does really big stuff. Big stuff. He got onto this one. I think it was something with the builder and stuff. There was a little weird situation why I got onto this one, but man, I couldn't believe it, man. I mean, I was just like, how do I say it? Tanner, I don't even think he one-upped me. He doubled up me. You know, I was sitting there and I said, did they get weather seal? And he's like, I went and checked the job out last night. He's like, so I grabbed weather seal. And what was the kicker? is he bought the little plastic piece. That's the cradle to hold up the shaft. And I was like, son of a bit. I was like, well, my hat's off to you. You know, like, good job, man. Like, that's awesome. And I think he said it was under, like, he thinks around $5 or under for that little plastic thing. I used to always steal them off. When I take doors out, I always take those little plastic brackets, because I tell you what, there were so many times, I used to think I lost the damn bracket, because especially if you do like a one door and you don't do them a lot. But when I was kind of really heavy into installs, I'd go out doing an 8x7, a 9x7 or something, and I'm like, where the hell's the bracket? I'm like, oh my gosh, I'll like freak out. I'd be like, they forgot to give it to me. And then I'd be like, no, it must be here. And I lost it. It must have hit the floor. And I just didn't know it. Like, I'd be going through all the packaging and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. And then like I look at the instructions probably show you for like a general door, 12, 16 wide or whatever. They show the bracket. I'm like, wait a minute, it shows like, is this going to work without the bracket? I got to have the bracket, because, just doing regular garage doors, I'm always, you know what I mean? You always have a center support, right? I mean, you always do. That's just how a normal torsion spring works. But nope, on the smaller doors, and I don't think I definitely don't think it can hurt. Do I feel pretty confident in some of the ones I did that they're probably okay? Yeah. I mean, I think it's just, and then I think about that bracket too, because I go, well, unless you get it really spot on too, and who's to say screws and stuff? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's not a good setup as it is. It's just not a good setup. I just think about how they, like, I haven't heard any of you guys tell me, like, does anybody like up the ante on those things where like, does anybody like totally through bolt them and then put, like, my guess would be is like you want to do like a nylon nut on there to keep it from rattling. So like for me, like I will take a small self tapper, and I'll typically get it just started. I won't let the threads get in yet. And then I take a pointy, right? The pointies always bite really hard. So I put a pointy in both sides, and then that's just the way I do it, because I don't have through bolts with like nylon nuts. Rich says, you got to go to the nose or you'll never get it through. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Okay. So really what I should do is really what'd be easier is obviously so we didn't have any, like, I don't think we had any extra wire there. This was kind of one of those like jobs that were on a fly. And hey, we got up to 19 likes. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. So let me turn the hat, do it like this so maybe I can see me a little better. I think Rich is right. Rich, I think you're right. I think you're right, brother. Got to do if I would have went the other way, it wouldn't have been catching. But if we would have had an extra piece of string, dang it. And the thing was, we did have some heavier wire there. I was trying that, and that was not working. Damn it, Rich B. He's got me again, man. That was the way she done that. I was so like concerned after we went to the vacuum. It was like I was just game on, baby. Like I went through and took electrical tape, put on everything. I was just like, we gotta get this stinking rope down this thing. Rich B says, Eric, he says, I'll get one. They're not running wires. I'll get one. What's Eric guy here? Eric says, sounds like you need fishing line and a nut. Use a fishing line, fish wire through. Probably. I mean, that'd probably work. It's light enough if you wanted to. If you could get the rail, the problem was we already had the rail. Well, like we were already up in the air, and he didn't have the back hangs on yet. So like we were like tipping it down, and like it dawned on me after the wires were already up there by the head unit, and he was doing something back there. Was a car lift in there, so he was standing in the car lift doing stuff, and I was literally like just shoving stuff down there, and it keep getting jammed up, and I was just like, this is not rocket science. Like I'm like, why am I struggling? Plus the head unit was on. I can't say for sure if I can remember right. Well, if you still got the end piece in, if it's like a U shape. I don't know if that would be a cavity still through there where you could still shoot a wire. I don't remember that. Sir, I need you to calm down and put your hands up slowly. Oh no, we got the cops here. I don't think they but them on any other under. I don't think they but put them on or anything under 9 foot. Okay, so you don't think they put them on anything under 9 foot? And then Rich, you said I do, so you're the one, you do actually bolt them in wire or nylon nut or something like that. That's probably a good way. I thought about it. I just never think about buying the stuff beforehand because I don't know what size. I'd quite need what, like the 7/16 or whatever it is, or not 15/16, but quarter size bolts. Thor says, "Hey, Thor, it's a cool name." And was it? Is it Sweet Cookie 3 Tampa? Ooh, Tampa. What's the temperature? What's the temperature in Tampa right now? Everything good? Everything good through the hurricanes and stuff? Everything all kind of things okay? Let me know. Eric says, "Hey, Cookie." Says, "Hey," says, what is this about? This is about, well, we're just kind of going through thing. I do live streams. Talk about business. I do garage doors. I got other businesses too, but like I said, this channel mostly we always talk about the garage doors and all that good stuff and this business. There you go. Eric says garage door stuff. What's up? What's up? Is it Winston Smith? Winston, have I talked to you before? That name seems a little familiar. But what's up? How you doing? Everything going good? You out there making a few dollars? How's the world treating you? I seen a garage door once, like at home. Or have you worked on them? Or you ever think about getting in the business? Or what you got? What you got? We do. He says, yes, we know each other. Is it through where you're doing the gates? Through Stevens Pipe? Or what else? My memory's not the best. I'm getting old. I got Alzheimer's. Remind me. Oh, gosh, I borrowed that $50. I hope you're not charging interest because that was a long, long time ago. And you guess what? I'm not paying it back. I'm on the run. I'm on the run, man. I'm out. You ain't going to catch me. I'm gone. Not going to pay it back. You're not going to get your money back. Better talk to Uncle Sam. Still waiting on repayment? Darn right. It's going to be a long time, man. Me broke. It's election year. No money. No money. Was it? Is it wins? It says what cup is that? Is this cup? Is this the cup? The Wesco cup? Wes? This is Wes. Wes. This is wins. Wes wins. People probably think it's like coffee, old coffee, so it's just water. Why? Oh, so he says, why did you say that George Floyd deserved to die? I never said that. Does it retain heat? It will. It's a coffee cup. There's no doubt about it. It's a coffee cup. I have a bad addiction. My addiction is I like pop. I do like pop. And I've been weaning myself off of it. And for some reason, this cup works the best to wean me off of it. I like it too because it's got a top. And that just works good when you're out in the field. So you don't get like, I've heard horror stories. Has anybody here ever got stung by the bee when they drank a pop or drank a soda or whatever? Coffee, ever get stung? I've had like 3 guys that I've worked with in construction that have all been like they'll put like, one guy I'd work with roofing, he always put a partial shingle on his pop can. He's like, oh man, I ain't getting stung by no damn bee. He says, I had a bee sting me in the mouth one time. Now I've never had it happen to me, thank goodness, and I don't want it to ever happen to me. So I just like having a cap on there, especially, you just, when you're working around or it tips over. One of my pet peeves on the job site, and I did it too the other day, is I get so irritated when guys or girls, they put their drink on the working table, because I don't know what it is. I'm not trying to intentionally, but I always knock their crap over, including myself. So I'm always like, take that damn drink and go set it on the floor in the corner somewhere where there's just no way to, like, you'd have to intentionally try to hit that. You know what I mean? But I caught myself the other day. I did the same thing. I set it down right in front of some of the work area. Something bumped it. And I was like, come on, dummy Dave. I said, you don't put your drink there. You know that. Or if you got like a soda, it's always worse. Like, you knock it over, right? And it, gets all fizzy. And, ugh. Looks like Eric's on it. What is Eric? He says, I use some spare self tappers to make a bagger for the Craftsman. The LT1000 fit on, Husqvarna. Nice, dude. I forget which one I had. I had a Craftsman. Had that hydrostatic lever. Man, that was a sweet lawnmower. It was fast. It was small, compact. It worked good, man. It worked good. I've been kind of keeping my eyes out for one. The motor was goofy though. Like, every once in a while, like, you'd be like mowing. It seemed like it would do it on a little hill. It wouldn't even be a big hill. Like, you just do on the side of a ditch, the thing would just start blowing smoke. I don't know how something would get caught in it. It would just start poofing out smoke. It was weird why it did that. I never understood that, but I've never been I think it was a Bridge & Stratton. I've had multiple Bridge & Stratton motors. The rings pop because the motor one time was my own fault. A mouse made a nest inside of it, and it wasn't getting air like it should have. Shut it off, turned it back on, no compression. Took the head off, the ring popped out, put it back in, tinged around it, smushed the aluminum back over it. Ran ever since. It's still actually the one we use up north. I'm just not a big Bridge & Stratton fan though. I like the Kohlers, I like the Kawasaki's. What else is out there? I don't think I've ever had an Omen. Is it Omen? The ones? I don't think I ever had one of those. No, I don't know. Let's just do channel. Let's just do this. That way, because I don't know, that one's just getting funky. Oh, look at these AIs. They come in here and they're just like, that cup doesn't look insulated. It doesn't. It is a little bit. It keeps the ice for a little bit. It ain't like no Yeti. It's worn out, but it's got the liner in it. It's old school, but it won't. It's not like those aluminum cups. Like, I can typically put ice and water in those, and the next morning there's still ice in there. Not with this guy, but honestly, that's why I kind of like this guy, because I fill it up with ice. I know about the right ratio, and it melts like how I want it to. So I have liquid to drink through whatever I'm doing, So like I'll keep this guy. This is kind of my go-to. But then when it's getting super hot out, or just this one's handy, then you bring out the big boy. You bring out the Bubba. This guy works really good. I like the little handle. Bubba works good, and he holds ice. Shoot, that thing will hold ice for probably about 2 days. You always hear it slinging around still in there. And it's kind of weird because one guy mentioned to me, I don't know, they do have white ones of some sort. I don't know if they have the Bubba one though. But the guy, a survey guy, was doing a property for me, and he goes, "Man," he goes, "my wife bought me this." He goes, she bought me this nice, insulated thing. And he says, "But you know what's the problem with it?" I go, "No, what's that?" He goes, "They made it black." And he goes, "You touched a damn thing, it burns your hand." And I was like, I totally agree with that because I've had the same thing with Bubba out in the field where he's sitting over in the corner somewhere, and I go to pick it up, and it's like, ow, 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 So Eric's guy says, never been stung as I drink. He says, but I got a new fear now. Sorry, I just use thermos with ice water, Gatorade or soda. Nice, yeah. That's why I said, man. Like I was just thought, nah, I'm good. And then sometimes, if you're like if your drink sitting on a table or and you're working up above doing screws and metal shavings and stuff, I think I still have this weird. Has anybody ever done this? But my mom, love my mom, smokes, though, right? Well, at one point, I don't remember what the reason was. It was a Coca-Cola can, I remember, but she was putting cigarettes right in the can or one in the can or something like that. That was kind of a common thing back in the day, right? They didn't have an ashtray, so they put a cigarette in the can. And I remember one time I was doing something, I was out playing on the trampoline or something, I remember, and I went over that can and I was like, ooh, I was like, and there was still some liquid in it. I picked that thing up and it had a cigarette and ashes in it. And that was the worst thing I probably, oh, that was gross. Yeah. So I don't want nothing in my drink. I put a lid on it. Let's see here. This cat is amazing. What's up, Smokey? Literally thought the boogeyman. I thought Sasquatch was getting me. He just jumped on the truck. I can feel him. Smokey, come on. I know you want to see me. Come in here. So one is Bubba. That's what it's actually called. It's called Bubba. This one's just a Wesco. You probably don't have a Wesco around you, but I call them Wes. It's just a generic one they sell at the gas station. But it's helped me drink a lot more water than pop. Like I said, I really I got a sweet tooth, man. I like that soda. What's Rich Guy? He says, I run the wire when I'm putting the unit. Where's Smoke? Come on, silly. If you want to come in, come in. What's up, dude? Come on. Come on. Come say hi to everybody. Come on. Is it cold out there? Smokey made it in. He's a good cat, aren't you? Here. Now go do whatever you're going to do. So Wes, I got to rope this. It is cold to the mofo out there. Hope Smokey brings some heat in here. There you go. I run the wire when I put the unit together, and before I put on the wheel. Oh, so you got a lot easier that way. Yeah, it sounds like I kind of foobarred. I've never done it. Like I said, I'm not saying. I just don't think maybe I've never even thought about putting the wire down the tube. To be honest, maybe that was like taboo or something like that was forbidden. But once Rich, Rich has always got some good ideas. He's lubed the inside of those ideal easy set springs. They don't seem to make any noise. Great idea. Put the wires down the tube. Another good idea. Excuse me. It is a Stanley. No Stanleys here. I do have a Stanley I've used before, my little one. We call that one Stan. They all get names. I don't know. I'm kind of weird. Normally Caleb, when he was working with me, he always had Stan, and I had Bubba. He got Stan, I got Bubba. Twisty says, looks plastic and cheap. It is. But that's how it is, you know? It's kind of like it just stays around, you know what I mean? It is cheap. Rich says, it says, what's Rich got? You need a bigger table. I use a 4x6 foldable table. Well, what size am I using right now? What's the card table I carry? I guess it probably isn't 4x6. Mine's not foldable. Obviously, it's one surface. Rich, if you think of it, send me a picture of yours when you get a chance. You don't have to run out there and do it tonight or anything. You know, just whenever you pull it out or something, just send me a picture, because I'm dude, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want a bigger table, man. I'm always right on the edge with it, but it's like I don't know if I'd want a bigger one. I've seen them, and at least I think I'm thinking of the one that you're talking about, but I always just thought, I don't know, you know. I think at one time I used to carry 2 tables, especially like when I was working with somebody. Eric says, I like the flathead Briggs and Stratton 12 horsepower. Nice. You know, some of the old ones, I'm not real big on, like, I'm not real big on the Briggs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not, like, I don't feel like I know garage door opener is probably better than I do Bridge and Stratton, but I just know anytime the Bridge and Strattons, I'm always kind of like, you know, I just kind of turn another cheek, you know. Oh, I think Ridge is already sending me. Probably screenshotting something. Smart man. Craig says Briggs and scrap iron. I love that. That's funny. That is funny. You know, I don't know when it would have changed. Maybe somebody can kind of comment on what year they think Bridge and Stratton just kind of went the other way. You know, I think Bridge and Stratton probably was a good motor, you know, many years back, but it just, you know, I think they just got cheap. All right. Claws, dude. And says that's more like it. Light says you got another wife to sell. I'm on a budget though. I love it. Eric says love Bubba. It is a great clip. This cat is clawing at my seats. Knock it off, dude. You know how hard it is to find 2003 seats? Like, it's going to be impossible. Nope. Oh, that's why you're buy one of those fluorescent ones. Ooh. Fluorescent ones? I feel like I'm here. Scary story around the campfire. I'm glad you're here for the campfire. Like I said, we got that smokeless firewood we're selling until it's lit. Something for this cat to, like, put his claws under or something? Probably not. Dude. Bubba is a brand? Question mark? I believe so. I mean, it's imprinted on here. So, like I said, but look at this is 2 hands on this guy. He's pretty big. He's a big boy. He's, like I said, if you bring him up to Wes or a Wesco cup, I'd say, you know, it's a big. I don't know how many. Let's see if it says. Oh, made in China. Imagine that. I guess it says it's 64 ounces. It's a style. It's Bubba, but then it says growl. Is it growler? I don't think you're gonna be able to see that, but yeah, sorry about that. But 64 ounces. Microwave. Oh, it says do not microwave. But big boy. You know, like I said, that's what Bubba's. I'm sure that's the brand. I really like it though. I really like it. I enjoy it. Works good. I like the cap. I like the size of it. I can pour it here into Wes. Da-da-da-da. Whoops. Scatchshot would be the worst way to go out. Oh man, I agree. The problem is too is like, especially if nobody finds you. That's the worst part, right? It's never like they figure out, you know, what happened. If you just poof, you're gone. Crash out. What else we got? Eric says, in terms of lawnmower engines, I go for Kawasaki and push mowers. I like the Chinese Predators. Really? I don't even think I've ever heard of those. Let me roll the window down and see if this cat wants out, because this cat is being annoying. Oh, you're being so annoying. You gotta keep clawing at everything, dude. What is the deal? You're such a boy cat. Other cats would be like so grateful. Here, let's see. Oh, freedom. There, go. Be free. Be one with the wild. Ooh, definitely smells like a skunk sprayed. He's all looking too like something's not right out here. Just dude want back in. Let me check. Dang, Papa Tony's around. Son of a biscuit. What's up, boys? That's what Tony's got. What's up, Mr. Tony? The chat is full of spam tonight. Good thing we got Eric on it. He's been whacking a few. I think Rich has even got a few. It's like that, you know, whack-a-mole. I could do something spam tomorrow for breakfast. That's funny. Eric's got high. Papa Tony. Rich says needs some, what is it, tiles for Smokey? Yeah. Little booger. Eric, he's got Harry Eric, Mr. Tony. Besides the Vanguard, oh, that's right, the Vanguard. The bridges with the overhead are garbage. Okay. The flathead are legendary. Twins is a pain to work on. Yeah, the Vanguard seems like that's all in the commercial, and I think those are pretty. See, Rich knows. He says Bubba is a growler. My Stanley is also. Oh, Eric says Stanley is also Chinese. I know everything from China, man. Sucks. Sucks. Eric's got his whack-a-bot. I love it. I love it. What was Tony up? Tony, you still here? What were you up to today? This guy says, stop scaring me. Oh, so scared, so scared. For some reason, I keep touching the screen tonight. Tony, too. How many subs you up to? You got enough to do a live? I mean, I'm ready for my vacation. I think my one neighbor actually said he's going down to Florida, actually. Is it Brad? It says, I know you. A lot of people say that, but they don't. You saw my question. Answer me. Oh, what was your question? Is it going to be another? Is it another whack-a-bot? That was a good one, Eric. That was a good one. I love it. I love it. I think we should start making some bets. Maybe we should make some bets on who's going to be the next president, Presidente. Oh no. What is this? So we're gonna have to just do another one. Why? I'm going to whack him. Go for it, Eric. If like I said, if it's like one of those things, it doesn't make sense. Like what is that? Like where does this even come from? It's like the AI stuff, man. It throws me, man. It's off. It's so off. I don't know. Like I said, it says I never seen it say that before. Eric's got one for a timeout for 600 seconds. I, I, I don't know if I've ever seen that. Oh. Eric's got another one for 300 seconds. I didn't know you could do seconds. That's weird how it pops up that way. Oh man, this is getting to be good entertainment now. Oh man. What's Jason guy says, good day. Jason, are you real? Are you AI? Are you in the United States of America? Where are you from? What's the temperature? What city and state are you in? Like I said, probably won't, like I said, who knows? It is what it is. I just had a little time. It's Thursday. It's Thursday, right? It is Thursday. It's all good. And like I said, if anybody cruises through too, that's a newbie or anything, or even the oldies. If you got anything, questions, whatever, you're more than welcome to ask. Where are you at? It's mad dark. What state? This is Muskegon. Over in the Muskegon area. Michigan. Michigander. Michigan? Michigander. Youper or troll? I wish I could be a Youper. I'm so bummed. I gotta be a troll. I wonder if any other states, like Rich's or Eric's or Tony's, you guys got anything like that? Like if you're kind of past a certain, you're considered something, certain areas. Oh, Rich is whacking them too. Jeez. 60 seconds. Holy moly. Criminally, you might have to wrap this one up here, boys. She's getting a little wild. It's getting that time of night. Like I said, it's weird how at certain times they just start it's like the AI or the algorithm just starts throwing them out there. Like, look at me here. Just bring every weird thing, person living in the basement, drinking toilet water. Let's bring them out. Let's bring them all out. It's kind of a bummer. I was liking learning a little bit about get a little history lesson on the old Bridge and Stratton too. Oh, spam is tired. I agree, man. Like I said, we'll give it we'll give it to about 8:30 or so. Who's got a name like that with a P. Diddy? Country boy. This is so crazy. What's up? How you doing? Look at these. Isn't this weird? This is crazy. Hi. Hello. Are you human? What city and state are you in? It's like weird too, because if I ask that, it doesn't seem like people respond. I don't know. Do I want to know a cool theory? I'm a little nervous with that question. But you can always ask. Somebody might whack a bot. You're an alien? I knew it. See, it's not AI, it's the aliens. Florida. Ooh, man. Did you get hit with the hurricane? How much mess you got? I don't even know what that is. Boom. Gone. Full moon. Yeah, is it a full moon tonight? I know last night I thought they were talking about something. I can see it. Just through the trees a little bit. Does seem like it works that way, doesn't it? Hurricane was crazy, Eric says. Yeah. $90 to get before I can do a live. Oh, you're in the shower? Oh, nice. Getting all cleaned up, making feel refresh. Nice. I have 41. He says, yes. Oh, so what is it? So is it, Tony, what is it? What do you got to be? I forget. See, I thought it used to be like, gosh, I don't remember what it was. You got to have like 100 or was it 1,000 or 500? I can't quite remember. I always remember there was a certain level to it. YouTube is definitely it is a different world out here. It's like one of those things. It's like almost like a blessing. It's like a blessing. It can be a curse. But I definitely really enjoy that I've met a lot of you guys, and I've gotten a lot of good information, man. I've learned a lot. And that's wonderful. I love the experience of learning things and seeing how people do things and other it doesn't make you feel so alone, the struggles that you go through in the business, that you're not the only one, because sometimes you can feel like in business you can feel kind of alone, that you're like, man, am I like, am I really screwing up, like, am I messing this up myself, is this my fault? Eric says, I gotta check out the moon. Maybe we can get some bots to sub Tony. There you go. There you go. Okay, so Rich says, yeah, full moon last night. Okay. Yeah, I thought I heard the weatherman saying something. I don't know if they call it like a blood moon, or he said something that caught me where I was just like, well, obviously it sounded like it was the peak of the peak last night. And I think they even had a picture where you could see the colors on the trees because the moon was so bright. Somebody took a picture. It was a really pretty picture. And I thought, damn, I was thinking it was pretty bright last night because I was doing some stuff. I was kind of hit and miss outside, and I kept thinking, damn, man, I thought it was pretty bright. And I just thought, whatever, it's just the moon doing its thing. Wasn't really thinking much of it. Eric says YouTube keeps changing the rules. First there was no limit, then 1K, then 500. Now it's 100. Jeez, man. I should ask Eric. Derek, do you know anything about Eric? I don't know if you ever do any lives, Eric, but what I've noticed is, like, I can't turn the camera, like, a lot of people like the camera turned. I don't have the option anymore to do it horizontal. At least I don't see it, so I don't know what happened. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Like Rich says, he's got harvest moon. Well, what the heck, Tony? That's weird how it said 50. Huh. What is that? Something says hello. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Tony. Obviously, when you told me it was 50, I thought 50 was too low. I was like, man, it's got to be like I assumed 100, but I think Eric's probably when it was 5, then it went to 500. See, I think when I was into it, it was like 1,000. To do a live or something like that. That's what I remember. It was 1. So I don't remember it being 100. It seemed like you only got the option or something when you get 1,000 or something. Do. It says you got to go to the settings before live and set it to horizontal. So it's weird, Eric. I don't know. You might have to check it out because I've done it like 3 times now, and I thought, okay, well, maybe before I start the live, obviously, it wouldn't do it. It wouldn't do it. So I thought, because a couple times I thought I was already in it, and I thought, well, maybe I need to do it more when I'm not so in it. So I kind of I abandoned it to live, and then I went, into the settings before actually today even, and the option's just not there. I used to have a spot where I could click and hit, horizontal or whatever. So I even tried it where I abandoned that one. I turned the phone sideways. I was trying to enter in that way, and I thought, well, maybe it'll boot up that way. They got a new feature or something, and nope, just wouldn't do it that way either. Weird. What's up, Steve? says Smith & Wesson, awesome, or Glock. I don't think it really matters too much, you know. Rich has got the Glock. My business partner was big in Glocks. He always believed, like, you know, how you could like pull them from a, you know, they drop them from like a helicopter or whatever, and they still work and they're easy, you know. So I mean, I think it's one of those things. It's just it's a preference of whatever you like. You know what I mean? Something. What is it? Is it Dan R? Hello, hello. Hey, we got 24 likes, which was nice for the evening. What's it gonna be, Kat? You in or out? This is very. They always change. Yeah, Eric says they always change shit. They do too. So it's like I don't know why I can't do it horizontal anymore. What the hell's going on? Was my truck brake? Eric says my uncle was in the military and the Glock was his go-to. Yep. I think what's my 9? My 9's a Smith & Wesson. You know, I probably got more shotguns and rifles than I do handguns. So I don't have, you know, and to me it's, I would, you know, I'd carry that. I carry Glock, carry Smith & Wesson. It's whatever fits you and, you know, does the job. You know what I mean? Whatever you feel comfortable with. I always just use them for, I don't know. I know we've had a lot of robots or AI tonight. Then our ask, he says, can I ask something? I guess so, but I guess try to keep it somewhat clean. Because we've got a lot of bots tonight. Says Tony says, oh look, he says I thought I saw 50. Tear it up, Tony. That'd be cool. What is this little icon? Talking of things about weird. Let me click what the heck this is. What's this? Top community. What is this? Community? I don't know what that is. That'd be pretty cool. What is that? Nothing. Nothing at all. How's it looking down there, Tony, too? You've been, sounds like Rich and stuff, you know, we've been kind of the same about things been a little slow. Eric says, just keep it appropriate. We are all over 20. It's weird, man. It's goofy, the people, man. It's just, like I said, what's Brad got here? It says, my buddy soon to be ex-wife asked for a divorce a month ago, and now she's pregnant with his best friend's kid. My question is, how deep do you need to bury bodies so it can't be found? I don't know. Yeah, that stuff can always be a bummer. That stuff is, that's tough, man. That's tough going through that stuff. Those women, man, they can tear you up. They can build you up or they can tear you up. Tear you down. That's for sure. I think my, you know, this would be something kind of for some of those younger guys, right? My business partner back in the day, I remember, you know, there's always two sides to every coin, right? Eric says rototill at first. My business partner back in the day, I remember he he had a wife. They were married for, I don't know, 3-5 years, something like that, maybe 6. And I remember, he, I've talked about this before in business, where he really didn't want to, he didn't want to work. He wanted to work from 9 to 2 and take the rest of the day off, type of thing. And a lot of times when we get one door installed, he'd be like, well, that's it, time to go home. And I'm like, wait, whoa, like we got stuff, we got to make deposits, we got advertising, we still got to put the truck back together, we need to get stuff prepped for tomorrow. And when he was going home, I'd always hear him saying, like, well, I'm gonna go take the wave runners out, or I'm taking the motorcycle out. And like I said, there's always two sides of the coin, right? I know his wife, ex-wife now, whatever. She'd drink, she'd get pretty mean. She was pretty mean drunk. Anyways, they separate, no kids involved. Well, he gets into this one girl, right? Making it a little short, right? This one girl, though, she's younger, though. She's younger. I think she's not even 21 yet. She's 20. Like I said, this many years ago. And he's telling me, I mean, he's just gloating this girl about how she goes hunting and she goes fishing and she's just the greatest thing, and I just kept always kind of going, like, like, you really, before you like do anything with her, or, like, get married or do anything, wait until she's at least 21, 22, 23, give it some time, because she hasn't hit the drinking stage yet. And of course, he got her, they get knocked up. She's got a baby. They got one child. Well, of course, 21 comes, and she starts going to the bar. She's doing the normal younger stuff, girl stuff, and now he finds out she's hanging out with a guy, and there's another baby coming, though. And now it turns into, I don't know if it's my baby. And they're just in the midst of a divorce, and I'm like, oh man. And I just, one of the worst I have to hear from somebody, that he's like, he's at work telling me how he goes, man, I really hope it's not my kid. And it was just like, man, that's a hard thing to swallow, because he's basically doesn't want to pay child support. And come to find out the kid was his, the DNA. But I just thought, man, what a horrible situation. So it's just, men and women, take your time. Take your time. I should ask the guys here, like what is the threshold? What is the threshold? What do you think? Or if there's ladies here, what do you think is an age? Like, I like, my weird opinion is 25 to 30. I feel like in the 25 to 30 is about where, is maybe the marriage phase. You know what I mean? I did it a lot earlier, and I was not experienced, so I had a divorce. What do we got here? Rototil says, I am going to be a bachelor my whole life. That's funny, Eric. There's, I don't know what's going on out there. If the men are getting kind of like smarter, if there's more information, or if the women are getting to be more, I don't know. I don't know. It's very fascinating. I'm always fascinated by the human brain and how stuff like that works, and what society. It's definitely very interesting. Brad's guy says, real talk. He says the kicker is she's a what is it? Is it a marriage? Oh, marriage counselor. Yowzas. It is kind of weird how, like, you ever notice? Like, I feel like I noticed since Brad kind of mentioned that. I feel like I kind of noticed that sometimes, right? It's kind of like when, like, sometimes, like, the pastors, right? Like, you always hear the pastors, and then you hear the pastors getting a divorce, or he hooked up with somebody at church, or something. It's always kind of like, what? Not always, by any means, but I'm just saying, it's like the same thing. It's a marriage counselor, and it's like, it's almost like they're the ones that have the problems and they think they can fix other, but they're the ones that are causing the like. Does that? I don't know if that makes sense, but that's just kind of weird. Imagine having a boat and jet skis. Is it? This is hobo tough life. Service is great, Tony. Good, good. Glad to hear it. Service is doing good. Rich says 25. Yeah, you know, yeah, I think a little more age on there. That's why I got some of my I got some of my nephews. Hey, we got 25 likes. Thank you guys for the likes. I got my nephews, and one of them, what is she now? She just turned, yeah, she just did a thing, so she's 21. And she's telling me like, oh, I feel like I'm behind and I need to, I should be married by now and all this. And I'm like, slow down. Slow down. It's not a rush. You know what I mean? Like, it will happen and you don't want to rush it. You know what I mean? Because you have kids with the wrong person and things cannot be fun. Eric says, I'm still young. He says, I can't say anything. I wait till 25 or so. He says, Eric's guy says, don't post spam. Is it Marco? Marco. Eric guy here. He says, most of prettiest he says I've seen are old and married. Yeah, it's I think the one nephew, he was saying, I think he had like an older girl that was kind of hitting like a little bit of a cougar. And I don't know. I don't know. I'll from my opinion. Sometimes a little age is better, right? Especially if they've been through the ringers a little bit. I think it sometimes can settle them down. They view things a little differently. I mean, that can kind of go a different way too, depending on. I mean, unless you're like, what's his name there? Leo. I was just told the wife this the other day. I said something about Leo DiCaprio. Like the a guy from Titanic, right? That's I said I think they only max out at 23, and then they go bye bye, and he gets another 19 to 20-year-old or whatever. However, I forget the exact age, but Eric says his most prettiest, but it's just like it's kind of nice sometimes. I don't know. I mean, you guys can tell me. I hear a lot of stuff on the old internet that basically the single moms are about the craziest. I'm gonna get in trouble. But and like I said, there's always two sides to a coin, but the older I get, the more I look at that and I go, yeah, that does sound like, because I've thought about it before where I was like, you think about it and you got to deal with, the baby daddy. The kids could be trouble, you're not my dad, biological, blah, blah. Sometimes it's a good thing. You can be a blessing to them, but I could see where it could be challenging. It could be challenging. Tony says, married at 30, divorced at 50. Wow. Wow, that's a unique age. I think. Huh. That's interesting. What's Rich got? We got no 3. What's no 3? Am I reading that right, Rich? Is that typo? It's kind of weird because, like, when you kind of go through them too, you learn. You know what I mean? Like, you learn what not to say, what not to do. You get a little more wisdom, you know. But the reason I think it's 3 sides. Yeah, Rich has got. That's right. There's always 3 sides. 3 sides to every coin, right? You got the edge, you got the face, you got the back. Um, but see, like for me, like I think about it, like I was kind of like thinking about like Eric a little bit, and I just thought, if you do, if they got a little age on them, they maybe been through a marriage with no kids, now they're divorced. I feel like, to me, anyways, they're maybe a little more polished. Like maybe you're gonna get remarried and you don't have to do like the whole shebang again, right? It's got to be the huge wedding. It's got to be the dress and all this. Like they kind of like they're more a little more down to earth. Just my opinion. Like I said, um, uh, no, he says his, hers, and the truth. There's a lot that goes into that. I've become a very what do you call it, like a sober person when it comes to that, because I've the wife's either had friends or the ex or whoever, right? They come in, they do their whole tell you a story, and I sit there and I listen, and I'm always like, okay, okay. And I might have actually gotten better with it because of with business, right? Because not every time, but it seemed like 8 times out of 10, I always had employees coming in, and they would customers that were questionable. The employees would always come in and they'd be like, that job went great. They were so happy when I left. And it seemed like the more they amped it up, the more I was like, bullshit. I call bullshit. And I'd be like, oh, okay. So they're happy. They signed. Everything was good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Job went real good. Okay, cool. Your truck cleaned out? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You it's full of fuel for tomorrow? Yep, yep. It's all parked, keys, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Got rid of the garbage? Yeah. Oh, okay. What are you gonna do? You want to stick around? No, I figure I'm gonna head home. I got stuff. Okay. They leave, and it seemed like 30 to 45 minutes, an hour later. Ring, ring. Hello. Can I talk to somebody? Blah blah blah. Can I talk to somebody in management? Blah blah blah. I had somebody out here, and I'm there's something I want to talk to them about. Let me put you on hold. Oh, hello. Hi, this is Dave with Affordable Door Gate. What can I do for you? Well, this guy, he blah blah blah. What? What? Yeah, that's what it felt like. So I always was like, I'm always kind of like, there's always that one, yeah, let's talk to the other party. You ever wonder like how much easier life would be like if you could always talk to the other party? Like you could have. I always talk about that in my brain. I tell myself, if you had that rope, like Wonder Woman. I don't know if she has a name for that rope. That rope she wraps around people and they have to tell the truth. Like if you had that rope, so like if you were like gonna date somebody or whatever, and you could like go to their ex-spouse or whoever and wrap that rope around and be like, tell me what this person was really like, and they'd be like, they don't do no laundry, they sniff their own underwear, they don't ever put deodorant or shave their armpits. You're like, really? Tell more. They don't cook, oh yeah. 3 sides. I don't know what this is. Is this something that says, are you? I don't know what that is. Priest or something? Priest? You don't know. It says you don't look like one. No, not a priest. Is that what is that? Is this Fred? I don't know who Durst is. The lust, bro, spirit animals and cocaine. and Mountain Dew. All kinds of weird stuff in there. Let's see. These ones, it's always weird too. They always got these weird. I'm going to jump off for just a second. I'm going to check this out. I think Tony sent me some, so don't go. I'm back. Now, nope. Maybe we didn't get them. I'll get them though. On this channel. Bam. That one's got whacked. Let's see here. We'll get another one. If I can. There we go. Message. They just drop like flies. Bingo. I got a few. I had to have a little fun. But anywho, like I said, I think I'm going to wrap her up. It's got too many bots in here. Bingo. Otherwise, you guys can always email me with anything you got. Show me those pictures. Send them to me. Some of you guys got my number. You can text me. I'm going to scoot it on down the road to home. Like I said, I had enough on the property here. So, hope you guys have a good one. Looks like Tony, though. If anybody's on here, even if you're a bot, go to Tony's Garage. Tony should put it in here. Because it sounds like he's close, and he just sent me that link. So, Tony, I checked it out. It says 50. So, that's pretty sweet, man. You're like right there. Like right there. It says look at phone. I looked at it. I seen the picture. How many you at, Tony? You said you're at what, 41? We should be able to get you right there. And get a few on there. But Tony, if you can, before I jump off, put in, what is it? What's the name again? How do they find you? Tony's Garage? On here it says Tony's Garage Door Service. But you gotta look up Tony. He's got some good stuff. He's got his he does the weather seal. Tony says he's at 41. Man. So close, Tony. Tony, make sure too you let me know when you hit the 50. Because it'll come quick. That's nothing, man. That's what you need, like 9. 9. It says either Tony's Garage Door Service or Papa Tony 5340. That's how you find him. So if you could do that, you should go over there. It's too bad. It's too bad I can't do like a giveaway on it. I don't know how, because I wouldn't know who did it. I'd say go do it. I give you Bic lighter. I don't know. Yeah, I know. As Rich says, he says that seal tool is tits. Hell yeah, it is. I think it's sweet. Worth the money, man. Like I said, I've stressed over the years when you had to do bottom seal. Man, I've stressed over the years. Tony says, hell yeah. He says, Richie said it works great. Yeah, I've stressed over the years about bringing somebody with me, asking the homeowner. So to have that tool, that is pretty sweet. That is really nice. Tony's got, hell yeah, he says, Rich, it works great. And like I said, you know, like, I don't even know what I'm at. I think I got 2,700 or something like that for subs. So, I mean, somebody, we just need 9 to go over and check out Tony, please. Go over there and say, Uncle Dave sent me. If you see this, should have done it at the beginning. Go darn it. We'll get there. It'll happen quick. Keep sending us that good stuff, Tony. We love it. I love watching them. I love seeing the shorts. You know, those are good too. Seeing all the little stuff. I think you got one out there for the photo eyes. I don't think I've seen that one yet though. Less than 3 minutes. It's paying for it so far already. He says, this is boys. Says, Rich says, I always dreaded seals. Yeah, that seal stuff, man. Like I said, unless you got it on your truck, I think it's a good little money maker. It's a little extra. But man, I do not like, what really throws me. Holy cow, what is this? Yeah, well, this one needs to go bye-bye. Um, so here's the thing, right? I think the weather seal, the bottom seal. Does anybody know? And for some reason, if somebody sees this or doesn't know and doesn't answer in the comments, where is the discrepancy between the T seal? So what I mean is some manufacturer has a T seal, but it's just a hair under the other T seals. Is that Clopay? Because I feel like I can't remember. So we used to get it. The thing is, we used to get it from our vendor, the mom and pop vendor. The mom and pop vendor had both seals. So anytime we had a problem, whatever, I'd get it from them, right? And then I swear, I could be wrong with this. I swear we were buying it from, you have to buy it from Clopay, because Clopay has it's either they're the one that's a little bit under for the T seal or a little wider. But there's two different T seals out there, and that's really, I'm not gonna lie, really annoying. It would have been nice if they would have kept it all the same T seal. And I mean, it is so micro. Like, I mean, I have to stack them on top of each other, stare at them, just to verify that seal is a little different. Because almost like if you hold them up kind of separate, it's hard, So if anybody knows, please let me know. Say it's, say Clopay smaller, or, whoever, CHI is the one. But I always remember I come across, and you I've tried it before. You throw that T seal, you're like, it's okay. It'll be okay. And you start sliding in, and what does it do? It goes, it falls right out. And you're like, fudge. And there's nothing you can do unless you got the right seal. Right T seal. Now, like Wayne Dalton's pretty easy, right? Wayne Dalton's got the round bevel to it on the 9000 series doors. Not a problem. I know it's them. Now, I don't like it because it doesn't travel very good through the thing because the door is so small. But Tony says you put the tool on, pull it through. He says Easy Rich has got to get one. He says hate you doing it too. He says because my arms always hurt and shoulders. Ah, yes. I think so. It's a fraction smaller. The problem is I don't know for sure. Like I said, I think it's Clopay. Because I feel like we've ordered through Clopay when we get our truck. And I cannot say for certain though. But I thought it was Clopay that was the one that was a goofy one. And then our vendor must have been getting it from them or wherever, but they would never say on it, right? Like if we get the package all rolled, the whole roll, and I'd always be like looking like, where did they get this from? Like, so I can just order it without having to go there and buying it from them. What's up, Evan? I see you in there. Hey, y'all. I love it. Little cowboy hat. That's pretty cool. Which spring system is worst? Easy Set or Torque Master? That's a good question. I like that question. Let me just jump real quick here for a second, and we'll get back to Evans. He says, I thought Wayne Dalton was smaller than the Clopay T seal. See, I feel like Tony, what is this? Thank you. Thanks, Rich. I was working on it to get rid of that. See, I feel like Wayne Dalton, I would know that, Tony. So I don't feel like it's Wayne Dalton. Just say it. And I'm not saying I'm 98% sure it's not Wayne Dalton that has the weird, at least on the 8000 series doors, like their pan doors. I always felt like it must have been a different manufacturer because I just remember that what was weird is I never really paid attention to when I'd be at the customers. I just knew like when I slid it out, and I go to either slide a new one in or I'd look at it. I knew I was like, oh man, I'm screwed. Like I don't got this. I got T-seal, but I ain't got the right T-seal. I need the one that's a little wider. And I just cannot remember if it was Clopay or if it was CHI. There was something between there. They were just a minute, but it's enough to make it where that seal falls on. It's a nightmare. But I thought Wayne Dalton stayed with something that was pretty true. Because I feel like I would have known that since we were heavy into Wayne Dalton. Says I thought Wayne Dalton was smaller than the Clopay T-seal. So I wanted to add to Evan because I thought that was a good question. Evan, said, which spring system is worse, Easy Set or Torque Master? And I see Rich has got, he says both. What is the other one called? Does anybody know what the one that Amar makes is called? Does Amar have a name for that? Because it's a weird contraption. I can't even, I only did maybe one. I think the guys did like two when they're out in the field. Like we hardly, because it was like when we were doing them through Lowe's, the guys, we just didn't get a lot of them, you know what I mean? And it was a weird contraption. Like I was like, whoa, how does this even work? But I remember it was Amar, but I don't remember if there was a name for it. But if I had to say, if you asked me, I think I guess I'm going to say that the Easy Set is probably worse, because here's my reason behind it. For one, Easy Set, until Rich told me, I got to spray it, right? Excuse me. Oh, no, we went black. Oh no. They say when you go black, you never go back. What do you want? You want to go out? Is that what you're trying to tell me? All right. Here. Is that what you want? Go outside, silly. So anyways, I just feel really dark. There we go. So with the Easy Set, you have to spray the tube inside, right? That's the one thing I learned from Rich B. I also have to put the coupler together with screws, which is a little bit of a pain for me. You know what I mean? I got to either sometimes drill it. I got to use little self tappers and pointy tappers. Yeah, I don't like it. There seemed like there was another one where I think I forgot about it, but the bearings, that's one of them, right? The bearings are really funky, right? The bearings can pop out on you. So I feel like the Torque Master is not, it's not our saving grace by any means, but it is definitely better. I just don't have hardly any of the problems I feel like with the Torque Master. And what really, here's another one. What really gets me is that the Easy Set, when I talk to Menards and that, still wants the 12 inches. Huh? I mean, I know I can fit Torque Master in smaller. It's either 10 or 10 and a half inches of headroom. So, I mean, that's nice, in certain applications. The teardrop works. Everything's linked together. I don't think I've ever had any bearings pop out on me for those. So yeah, I think I would have to say I'd be going with the Torque Master if I had a choice over the Easy Set. And Tony says, I'm with you, Rich. Yeah, it's kind of, torsion spring is always nice, but what's kind of weird that I've kind of learned to like a little bit with my gray hairs is I do like the fact that with some of those systems, which, like I said, I'm not here to I'm not here to be a cheerleader to support them and say that we all need to go to them. But I do know some of the features I like about them is that I like that I can adjust them after I do, because I was with a torsion spring, right? You kind of get it. You're like, yeah, I think right about there. You set it down, you get everything relaxed, you run the door, and you go, it needs a little more. Crap. Got to put a pair of vice grips on if it's only one spring. you gotta get the winding bars. You gotta do the set screws and all that kind of stuff. Where easy set, watch this. Let's try that. A little more even, not a problem. Boom, we go, baby. And the way the torque master set up too, you can just use a wrench, ratchet, give her a few, and away you go too. So that is kind of nice. I do like that. Rich says I've gotten pretty creative with bottom seals. I use what is this? This is I use two. Is it micro needle nose pliers and some string line with my vice grips to pull the seal while I feed it. Huh. But that tool would be nice. Huh. I think the only thing I've ever done with the weather seal to try to like help me is I think I've done like some vice grips, clamped them onto the track or something like that. Because what is it? Normally I pop the roller out, right? I pop the roller out of the track, and then I'll get the door so it's kind of flopping in one area. I think I've even like pushed it in one time or something like that, where I've like used kind of the track bracket, the flag bracket, just to help support it a little bit. I've tried setting them up on ladders, like take your winding bar, stick between your ladder or something, and have like a roll, so to kind of keep it somewhat elevated. So I think it is really nice that, I really think it's nice that Papa Tony found, that device, like I said, for $200, dude, I mean, it saves you so much headache, and it is really nice. It's really nice to be able to do that for the customer. To add that added value. Tony says if you just had a Sure-Winder, wouldn't have any problem. Yeah, but I know you still gotta put that Sure-Winder on there, and then you gotta do all the set screws. But I know what you're getting at. Oh, so Windex, huh? Rich has got. Says Evans guy says I thought I figured out the trick to listing opener installs on Facebook Marketplace, but either the algorithm got smart or some reported me when I explained I wasn't providing the opener. That's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. So that's I was kind of, I've noticed that sometimes. I would agree with you on that, Evan. I think that's why I haven't tested it yet. So I need to do that. But what I thought about doing is just going to the box store, right, and buying either whatever, Chamberlain, Genie, whatever you want to do. And then what you do is you list that. You list that for whatever you want for install, right? Let's say the opener is 200. You tell them it's 250, 300, whatever you want, 400. I don't care, right? But that way you maybe could beat the algorithm on it a little bit, where you are selling something, you're just asking more than what the box stores or whatever, but you have a product, so it's kind of meeting the criteria, right? But hey, I'm selling this. This is installation. And because there's a lot of dum-dums out there, you probably want to actually put on there too that possibly, like, if you want to purchase it, I'll sell it to you. Put on like whatever, $20 or something like that. It's just my guess, because there's going to be somebody out there going, well, how much is for the opener, and you could just do that. So that might be something to think about if you purchase it. And then honestly, what you could do too, if you want to really cheat, right, don't even have to go buy the darn thing. Just go through and get the prices, right? Obviously don't forget to add sales tax, so you don't get burned on it. And you could just I just list them. You can go to the store and buy them. right? At whatever you're going to use, Home Depot, Lowe's, Menards, whatever. Just post them, say, here's a opener, and then that way when they say, hey, I'd like one, or when could you do it, you know, you could basically go pick up one, you know what I mean? And I guess even to really top it off, right, to put the cherry on top in a nutshell. So what if they bail on you, right? You go there, they're a scam, whatever. Something's not right. They can't do today. I can't do that. I have to move. You know what I mean? I have to leave because my auntie passed away and I'll be gone for 10 years. Um, oh well, you got the receipt, right? Go take it back. So you ain't sitting on it for the money wise. Just something to think about. Rich says Windex helps too. Is that the lubrication instead of oil in it? I'm assuming it is. What does this say? Tony's guy says, sure, why a winder? He says, quick should be a quick winder. It's Rich's guy, yes. Guess I never thought about Windex. You know what I found Windex works good for too? Flies. If you get flies in your garage, I got 2 spray bottles. I got one that was what was it? Prestige or whatever it's called, where it was for like de-icing your window. So it's kind of got like a nice launcher on it. It launches it pretty good. And I got like a normal Windex bottle. But if you get a fly, flies annoy the crap out of me. I can't stand flies. You knock them with that. What I found is they'll normally head towards the window. And if you hit them a few more times, that Windex, man, that knocks the wind out of them right to the ground. You just douse them a couple times with it. They're dead in a few seconds. And then, by the way, if you kind of hit the windshield, you know what, your windshield probably, or the window probably needed a clean anyways. You grab some paper towel, you go over there, wash the window, wipe down the door, and the handle and everything's clean. So it kind of works in twofold. But Windex works good for pesky little flies. Evan says, I just used the fly tape traps. Yeah, I have not had a really good. They do work, but I just don't have as good a luck. And I don't know. I guess I get some pleasure out of like feeling like I'm like shooting them out of the air. Pew 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 pew. But I found the Windex really hasn't made. I haven't seen no bleaching. I haven't seen no stains. It does it. It must just have that ammonia or whatever is in it that they can't handle it. But I noticed if you and the nice thing is if you come across them with it just in the spray, it's like they hightail it to whatever. If you shut a light off, especially if there's just a window, they hightail it to that window and that glass or whatever. And then normally you can whack them again with a spray, get them to the ground, give them a couple good little soakings. They're done. They're chicken food. Might not be good for the chickens though. What is this? It says, what's joke guy? He says there is a lot of openings in this industry. He says bad joke. Kind of up and down. Yeah, it's oh, that is a bad joke. I just got it. Finally sat in. That's a bad joke, Joe. That is a bad joke. That was a good one, though. I might have to save that one. Yeah, the old industry. Let's see. Where is it going to be? It's like I wish we could just kind of like, at least me. I don't want to do it for my life, right? For aging, but it's like I wish I could just push the fast forward button. Like, can we just get into like spring of next year so we can kind of like see how the market's all going to play out, or who's going to be the next presidente? Let's just get through this. I'm sure some other people are feeling the same way. What's up, Rusty? Rusty must been out working. Rusty, heck, I forgot. I don't think I got an update today from Rusty. Rusty's been working on some commercial doors, man. Been knocking them out like 2 doors a day, 2 guys. Doing a great job. What, 12 by 14? Doing some nice work, man. He had some old crappy wood doors he's taken out. think he's been knocking them out. So what is it? Thursday? Probably 2, 4, 5, 6. You're getting close. Maybe a little. Maybe they're done or tidying up. I think. What do you have? 7, something like that. Looking good. Looking good. What was it? Was it Ulster? Elster. The Alistair? I think it was Alistair. I didn't know they made commercial openers. He had some there. He was doing good on Tony. Tony's got, he says, well, yeah, the 7 doors. What, he says, how that going? He says he's doing good on it, Tony. Doing reconnects. I was telling Rusty though. I was telling Rusty. Oh, he says, yeah, he says we finished today with nice. Number 7, pictures coming. Awesome. I don't know if anybody's got any like really good way to do this. But on the commercial doors, right? Do they still? I think they still have them, right? Don't they still have those LiftMaster? Remember how they had the pedestals for the residential ones that used to come from the ceiling, right? And like they were adjustable, and they had the little like they kind of look like a T and a T or something like that. And those were like, I never used one, but they're supposed to make things look real slick for residential, real clean, no angle iron. I'm always surprised that nobody hasn't came out with yet, especially since Tony's got like the weather seal for the bottom, the tool and stuff like that. Nobody's came out with an adjustable bracket that's pretty solid, maybe made out of aluminum or something like that, that could slide in itself to make the cage for your commercial garage door opener to hit the middle. Because we all know how it is, do you place, like Rusty, the openers are existing. So they're right down the center, right smack dab in the middle. So they got to build like a cage, right? Sometimes you use angle. I think this one I got a video coming out here. It's I actually used I used the strut because I didn't want to build a cage, and it was a 10 by 10, and I just went, you know what, I'm going on top of the strut. It's like screw it, and it seemed to work out pretty good. But we didn't have extra angle. It was one of those, we're doing like a Menards door type thing, and so I just put it around the strut, and it worked pretty good. But I'm just surprised somebody doesn't have. I just haven't seen anything creative or, because even when I built them out of, unless you use like maybe commercial angle, I've seen them flex. You know how it is. Even if you put some screws in the door, if it's a sandwich door, steel on steel back, it's like, well, how long is this gonna last? Oh, who's that woman behind me? Must be my wife. Finished 7 doors today. Says old 14-hour automatic door-o-matic commercial openers, man. They're pretty crazy. What's this? Is it Ramos? He says bridge bracket. I don't think I know what that is or seen it. Or Evan says, at what point do you start considering carrying your own inventory? Ooh, that's a good question, man. I don't know what this guy says. He says something. Says, bro, turn on, was this case something? I know I got a roll up window. I can feel a draft somewhere here. It's hitting me hard. I thought the cat was coming back in, but guess not. No, that's a good one. That is a good one. Let's see here. Evan, he says, when you have enough money in budget, otherwise just order what you need. Yeah, I think I'd probably agree with Rusty on that. I think it's always a matter of, every time you go out and you start getting that blowback, that's when you when you start realizing repetitively, like for me, I think when we started out, I remember there was a time we didn't carry residential garage door springs, and then I realized, right, because I think that's a lot of it. I'm gonna turn this on for a second. Throw some heat in this puppy. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't eat up a cat in there. So for me, right, it's kind of like I think when you're young and you're wild, you know, it's like like I said, I'm totally talking about me here. When I was younger and stuff, you know, it's almost like you don't value time. You don't even know what time is, right? You're so young. You're just. I mean, I don't know. You know, is it you're chasing money? You're scared. You know, shitless. You know, there's a lot that goes into it. But when I realized, like, I'm going to these jobs, you know, my brain clicked where it was like, I keep going to these customers, and I'm thinking, damn, if I had the spring with me right now, I could change it out. The door is open. And when I say the door is open, I mean it in different ways, right? Like the door is open. Like I pet Fluffy. I've said hi to the wife. I said hi to the husband or whatever. Or the kid is home from college, and you know I'm in the door, right? And then if I clamp it, because sometimes I'd clamp them because I didn't have other, you know, I clamp it, measure it, call up Service Spring. I think we were calling Service Spring at the time. I'd order them, or I could get them from my vendor, but they're 45 minutes one way. You know, it was like, man, I'm losing time here. I'm losing time, money, energy, because now I got to go back, right? I got to go back. I got to because so like everything you start, like, that's why I always talk about the business. I like this kind of stuff. Gets me fired up. It's like, it's that whole thing, right? Like I go back to like the attorney mindset, right? Because it always really grinds my ass that I go, you know, the attorneys get paid for stuff. They get paid for a 15-minute phone call. They get paid to go to the courthouse or whatever, do documents for you. But us, you know, whoever, some of us are, you know, plumbers, garage door technician, roofer, whatever, you know, we just run out all day long. We run out all day long, and that's okay to go do free estimates. You know what I mean? That just makes me go, what? Like, so anyway, I'm getting on a rant here, but you know, the door is open. So now I got to come back. I got to wait for the product to come in. The product comes in. I got to tear it out of the package or whatever. And then, you know, I got to call the customer. Hi, customer. You know, and now I got to look at my schedule, right? Schedule looks like it's looking pretty good tomorrow. I could probably do it tomorrow. Customer schedule, not good tomorrow. Fudge. You know, well, how about we push to next week? Okay, I guess, you know, and then it was like, you know, you go back out there, things just didn't fall in place, you know, maybe they show up late, you forgot to call, right? Because now you got to call. So there's just so many layers. And so I started realizing, like, damn, man, I need to start carrying springs. You know what I mean? Like, I need to be more efficient. So once I started, you know, went to my vendor was like, I could probably set you up with probably the most common springs. And I'm like, oh, please. And he did. And then, you know, then what started translating even into that further was when I was purchasing through the mom and pop shop, you know, I'm realizing that I'm driving out there, and my brain goes like, I'm like, I ain't got time for this anymore. It's always like when you run out of time, you start realizing stuff, you know, for me anyways, where it was less like, I need everything. Like there was a point where I just went, I need everything delivered. There's no reason my hiney goes out and gets product. Everything needs to be here. So you start bringing in more inventory. But you know, that's overhead, it's a building, it's a lot of other things, and you still can't have everything because you don't have all the, like, we don't have all the commercial springs that we need for all our commercial customers. But the way we combat it is that we typically have them store the springs because they got more room than us, or they got something rafters or upstairs or above their maintenance room or something. And that way too, when we go out there, right, because we're gonna go out there typically with a scissor lift anyways, we're like, oh yeah, it's broken spring, or they tell us, and we're like, hey, don't you have another set here? And yep, so we grab it. It saves them money, right? That's the one thing we try to explain to them, like, this will save you money if you have the springs here, you know. Great question. Evan says, I know I was looking at Service Spring, and I don't think I hit the target for them to sell me stuff yet. Uh, I don't. I don't know, Evan, on that. I don't know what they're gonna normally I remember the one thing back in the day was they wanted three um, credible vendors to some degree. Um, and it might be something that you could. Yeah, I don't know what their standards are anymore. If anybody's obviously done it recently, I guess let me know. Probably email me or something because I don't know what their standards quite are. Like I said, I don't know if they're more or less just looking for a reference. Because normally they want you to be like, they want basically proof that you pay, which I think is kind of a little bit goofy because nowadays, realistically, because like Evan, I'm assuming you got like a credit card or something. You should be able to just tell them, say, look, I'm paying up front. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to worry about billing me or anything. Plus, I think that's how we got a credit card on with a file. But I get they probably don't want to deal with like too small of a fish, to some degree. But I think they're pretty accommodating. You just might have to stay on them, and they'll get you pushed through. I don't know for sure. I have a feeling. I just have this weird gut feeling. The way that Service Spring keeps evolving, that I just think, and like I said, just don't know nothing here. That Service Spring eventually will turn into basically like an Amazon, and anybody can just go to their website and type in numbers and put in their credit card, and Amazon, or I'm sorry, Service Spring will just, these guys, they'll just send you out no matter who or what you are. Because what always got me right now is like, I swear it used to be for me to get in their app. I remember it always kind of irritated me because I don't remember the numbers that good anymore. So I have to type in the numbers and I have to make sure I had an account and all this kind of stuff, where now like the app is pretty much, I downloaded it to my new phone, and I didn't have any issues. Like I didn't have to, it was just on the search. I put it in. It didn't ask me for any weird, like, what's your code? What's your business name? It just seemed like it worked. And I was like, sweet. I was like, because that's what, like if you want to encourage people to come to your business, that's awesome. You know what I mean? Because they, if they're using the app, they just want to be able to call and say, hey, I already did the math or whatever, did the app, blah, blah, blah. So I think that'll come in the future. I could be wrong. Maybe they don't ever want to deal with that. I don't know, but they just seem like they're doing really good. Mr. Bees, is it? Says hi. Hello. Evan, the reason I like to have an inventory of track is when the contractor changes something, I don't delayed, which is smart. Yep. If you're a smaller business or one guy, make you, I'm sure it says make sure you measure. That's what it says. What's up? Is it Pioneer overhead? What's up? Howdy. It says howdy, everyone. Even, what is it? There's your Evan. He says all money's green. Hello. Yeah, it's really, especially so like here, so like kind of to add to Evan or to Rusty's. I'm just obviously assuming here. Like for Evan, he's probably not, he's not doing commercial. Is my guess. And if you're just starting out, I probably wouldn't really recommend commercial, right? But the beautiful thing, especially if you're not dealing with new home builders, is that there's so much retro stuff out there, so many tear outs and stuff, right? Those are the good ones. I like those ones, right? Because they're existing. So what's beautiful is you can actually go there. You can see what's already there, right? Sometimes you gotta watch those fiberglass doors. Sometimes you gotta watch those wooden garage doors because those tracks can really screw with you. So that's why I always like my floor to ceiling measurement. But it's existing. So you go there and, like, honestly, I'm being honest, man, I would totally wear some kind of body cam or I get my phone with a holster on it that you can just attach to you so it doesn't seem really out of place. Maybe you do whatever you got to do. And even to this day, I still like recording. I still like pictures because the customer comes out, they start talking this and that. I mean, there's just so many things that I can point out. And I tell you, there's just so many nights of sleep I've lost over the years that if I'm laying in bed, I can literally scroll through my phone and I can look at it. I can zoom in, I can zoom out, I can play, I got multiple pictures or whatever the case may be. And it makes me rest because I'm like, oh, there's the back hangings. Yeah, I probably should bring 2 sticks of angle because I can see that looks a little goofy right there. And I didn't see that when I was there. So that's why I like existing, especially when you're starting out, because you can see it, you know what to kind of expect. But like a new builder, what if they put windows right above, or what if, what I mean, all kinds of goofy stuff. So they change something, they change the width, where if it's existing, yeah, they're more likely they're not going to, change the width. They just want to replace the garage door. So just something to think about. Is it Marco says hello. Evan says, when I look right now to sign up for Service Spring, they want a business/contractor's license. And really, I don't know. You might have to call them about that. Rusty says, Evan, what is stopping you from applying for your business license in your state? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. So you need like a EIN number or whatever. Penny Roy says, I meant that probably a good thing. He says, protect the industry. Too many people racing to the bottom with no license, insurance, or anything. So, so what I'm gonna call you OHD. So OHD, right? Pioneer here. So I think you got a great point. You know what I mean? I get it. But this is kind of how I look at it. And I guess I'd love to kind of have a conversation about this, because I have very mixed feelings about this. When is it? Pioneer says it's probably a good thing is to protect the industry. Too many people racing to the bottom with no license, insurance, or anything. And so I guess what I'm thinking about it is I go, what stops people right now, in a nutshell, right, from like I'm sitting here just trying to think. I go, what, because I'm not trying to bash these guys. These guys are great people, right? But when I'm sitting there and I'm going like, what can I not, I can get anything. Can I get anything from the box stores that I can also get from these guys from Service Spring? I can go to Menards. I can get torsion tubes. I can get rollers. I can get garage door springs. So it's one of those things where I haven't put a lot of thought into this, and I just keep wondering, where I just kind of go, like I wonder sometimes. I wonder if we're doomed. I mean, I'm going really deep here on this, so bear with me. What if basically your government doesn't love you? What if they're giving people coming from other countries all this free money while you can be an American, but they don't give you nothing, right? There's some stuff, right? But like right now, you got, like, if I was a corporate business person, big corporate, Amazon, Tyson Food, big factory, something, you know what I mean? I'd be happy as hell. Wouldn't you? I'd be happy as hell. You know what I mean? Bringing all these people in, you know what I mean? That's cheap labor. White boy wants $25. Mexicano, he do it for $15. He don't complain. He runs the forklift. He don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the stuff that goes where I just kind of like like I said, I'm sitting here just thinking in my brain, stewing, where I just kind of go, I don't know. And then I think about, I go, well, Service Spring. I go, well, hell, if I might as well sell to every damn person, puppet, whatever, Amazon. Might as well. Who became the big ones, right? I mean, I don't think Walmart, right? Walmart discriminates on who they sell car batteries to or anything. So, what I'm getting at is I think we're all, I think we're all to a race to the bottom as a society, to be honest, and just kind of jokingly here. I don't think we're ever going to get away from that stuff. So I think that's a great point. I'm glad OHD brought that up. I think that's a great, like I said, I think this would be a great conversation. Like, I almost wish we could meet up at a place and we could have a discussion about this as a group, because I think that's fascinating. Come to the industry and add value, but yes, I agree. Value would be nice. You should always do good craftsmanship. You know what I mean? Rusty says, this pioneer of the garage door industry is a semi-closed market and keep prices at a premium. All I'm thinking right now is, like, when Rusty says that, right? I'm sitting here, you guys, anybody see that tow truck video where, like, the tow trucks were smashing into each other? It's like, whoa, what the hell's going on with that? Like, nobody really knows. I think wasn't it in Chicago or something? And so, like, and then I'm sitting here thinking about too, like, the consumer, right? Like, a free capitalist is good, but because we know as real people, right? Just because there's a contractor out there, like, we know there's, maybe it's just my area, but we got some shady contractors around this area. You know what I mean? Just because they have their license and they're all this and that, they are thieves on top of thieves. You know what I mean? So it's like, you almost have to go with, like, word of mouth. You know what I mean? Because they do crappy work. You know how it is, right? It's like when we go to the dentist, right? The guy or girl, whatever, is the main dentist, but they're not the ones that clean your teeth and that. They might come check on you, but not always. It's just a weird world we live in. Evan says, it's not keeping me that busy yet. I'm not getting multiple jobs a week, and I know I've got competition with another trunk slammer. Yeah, I mean, so, like, I really sit there and I still think like I think Evan's like one of those perfect people that I like to kind of, I love that are part of the channel, because, like, I look at it and I'm like, dude, I'd be like hooking up with, like, go if you got a Menards, Home Depot or something like that, like I said, because, like, really all you need is, like, you need a couple torsion tubes, some that you can just buy 16-footers, buy 18-footer, whatever, so you can cut them down. You can get your springs pretty much online for the most part. You gotta be creative. Like I said, there's so many more opportunities nowadays, so many. It's just amazing. Like I said, with YouTube University and all the information and all the stuff now being online, I just cannot believe how much stuff you can do. Like, I used to think about all the shirts and stuff being made, right? How we used to go through this, we have to go and sit down. I remember I went to a lady, we used to get the embroidering, like, we get an embroidering done like this or something. They'd have to, like, I have to go down this lady's basement, and she had animals, so the fur was like this tall on the steps, not where you walk. That was all smashed down by the sides, and she'd be down there just, and I'd be like, so when do you think this will be done? She's like, maybe 6 weeks. Hey, I don't know. You call her 12 weeks later, I haven't got to him yet, I've been busy. Okay, where now it's like I can sit just in my bed, right? I'm like, I like that hat, I like that. Order 5, Rusty's got Evan. We all started small and with one service vehicle. That wasn't a fully outfitted truck or van. Your attitude, intention to detail, yes. And when talking to customers with get you jobs, build your rep. True, man. That's true. That's why, if anything, you got to be a good. You need to be a good craftsman. You know what I mean? And the one thing is too is be a man of your word. You know what I mean? If you tell somebody you're going to take care of something, take care of it. Don't be what I call a yah. Oh yeah, I'll be over there tomorrow, and you don't show up on time. You know what I mean? Show up 5 minutes early at least. You know what I mean? I still do it to this day, right? I even teach my kids that I'm like, you don't know what's across town. You don't know if there's an accident, the road's closed, the road's flooded, a tornado's coming through. I don't know. I'm joking. But, I always tell them, I said, there's always a parking lot. And I said, you got it so much better nowadays because y'all got this. The same thing I got, a telephone. And I said, you can go sit in a parking lot and go look at whatever you want to look at, Facebook, YouTube, whatever, stuff for sale, Pinterest, I don't know, whatever. It's not the end of the world. Go over there. And I said, and your job's only 3-5 minutes down the road. But at least you made all that destination with no big variables, you know what I mean? Instead of pushing it to the last minute. Yeah, this is Ori says, I would love to jump on a call and just talk. Hell yeah, that'd be sweet. Send you a message. Yes, like I said, hit me up in the Dave A. Dubson. I put in the description below, daveadubson@gmail.com. You can hit me an email. I can always shoot you my number and all that kind of stuff. But like I said, I think it'd be really interesting. Rusty is spitting fire. I agree. Is this is it Lael? Is it? How do you feel about Diddy? How'd that want to get in there? I don't know nothing about. Are we talking P Diddy? P Diddy? I don't follow that. My brain is not that big to hold all that. I totally agree, Rusty. I've had nothing but positive comments from customers. It's just getting the phone to ring more than once a month is kind of where I'm at right now. Interesting. Like I said, Evan, if you got, I know money's tight, man. It's how it goes. Like I said, but if you can, like I said, I just seen one yesterday. One of our competitions a town over, and they had a bandit sign. Put it the corners. If you got a good corner, just get a couple, whatever you can afford. Like I said, put a couple signs, garage doors, whatever. Put a name on there if you want. Depending on where you live in townships, I might just do something as, however you want to word it, garage door. I do some research on there. If you want to put your name, problem is, like, I know my brother-in-law, the township did contact him at one point about his floor coating business. And I thought if it didn't maybe have his name on there, they might not, I think they sent him a letter maybe, so they knew the name. But that way, if you just put something on there generically and a phone number, they typically are kind of lazy. They don't call, whatever, you know what I mean? They'll send letters. They love letters and emails. That's... All right, Rich got on it. Thanks, Rich. Kind of at right now. Ramos persistence are there to protect the dealers protect dealers and industry. What is that? I don't know if that's what he's trying to say. What is this? Yeah, like I said, every industry has its levels, even like Service Spring. Like, I get, like, now that I've been in business, like, I totally get, like, not wanting to deal with, like, small little things, like, in a nutshell, like, if I had people coming to me and buying product, and I don't have to deal with the customer, life would be a lot better, you know what I mean? Because at least with with an installer, especially if I vetted them, and I'm like, oh, you've been around a while, I've heard really good things about you. I don't have to deal with the nagging customer. You know, the customer is like, you know, well, it's making a noise and it's not, I don't think it's right, blah, blah, blah. You know, that's on him. And then if the product has a problem, he's going to come back to me. The product probably is not the problem. It's probably the installation, maybe, not always. But there's layers to things, and I get it. But, you know, like I said, we're it's like somebody's going to find a way, you know what I mean, to get the stuff out there. You know what I mean? Like you can go to a box store now and you can buy a garage door. You know what I mean? Like that's probably not going away. Like, you know, so it's just kind of, you know, what you can buy commercial doors. Shoot, like I said, I don't think there was anything at Menards I couldn't get through because they're Clopay. You know what I mean? So they, like I do Menards, like we worked on their buildings, right? They were ordering jack shaft commercial openers. So they're ordering their own springs. You know, and obviously Menards ain't the one installing them. You know, it's me. With the Tony says I did. He says, "What's up with the crazies?" With that, he says, "What is it?" Said, "Did what up with that?" He says, "That was crazy." Yeah, at Idger and customers. Oh, very true. Very true. If you're not early, you're late. That's right. That's what Rich says. You know. So it really does help, you know, to be early, be on time. Biggest thing with customers is always communication. And like I said, one thing I can tell you is that customers too, you know, you gotta be, it's a double-edged sword. You gotta be on them too, you know what I mean? So you gotta make sure like every time I'd pull out of the driveway at the shop, I always made sure I'd call the customer before I'd even pull out. Like I'd just sit in the van, I call them up, be like, "Hey, I'm going to be heading your way." And they'd be like, "Oh, I'm waiting for you. I've been home all morning or something." "Okay, sounds good. I'll be there in 20 minutes or whatever." Because we normally obviously give a window. I think we do like a 3-hour window. But I always call them because otherwise, pay that too much. You get there, you know, where they at, you call them. "Oh, I totally forgot." Or they give you some, you know, my dad or whatever just passed away, you know. "Oh, okay, well, you know, there ain't much I can do." You know, what is this? Is it Vines? It's Trump. We'll let that stay, right? We put them in every front yard after and install for a week. There you go. There you go. That's a good idea. I don't know what it is. Like I said, those signs, man, I'm telling you, it builds like excitement. You know, like I've noticed, like when we would always put signs out, we would not always. I'd say half of the time. It seemed like maybe a quarter of the time, we'd get somebody, especially when we were there working. We'd get a neighbor that walk over. So you want to have business cards, right? A neighbor would walk over and be like, "Hey, you know, I see you're doing a neighbor's door here. You know, can I get a business card, or do you have a brochure?" Yeah. You know, sometimes it was afterwards even, right? You know, the neighbors would text or call. "Oh, hey, I see you had a new door. How'd you," you know, it's like that whole keeping up with the Joneses. So they would, you know what I mean? So I agree, man. Put a sign out. It builds it. Because like you go down the road, right? People are always looking for like yard sale stuff and all that kind of stuff. So they see that sign and they're like, "What the hell's that? What are they giving away free?" You know, and they're like, "Garage door," and boom, they look and they're like, "Oh, wow. That does look really nice. That house looks nicer than ours. That's bullcrap." You know, and they'll call the number, whatever. So that's a great idea. That's definitely, you know, put them out in the front yard, especially like, you know, for a week. Not a bad idea. Install for a week. And then we hit the neighborhood with mailers. Ooh. Through a drip campaign for months. Nice. You know, and so OHD might be onto something there too, because you got to think about it, right? Not always, but these neighborhoods are typically in the same realm of being built. So more likely, if a garage door has been replaced on this one house, there's a good chance that the rest of the houses probably need new garage doors as well. Now, there's always the one-offs, you know, somebody hit it with a car or something like that. But might not be a bad idea to let them circulate through that area, because like I said, there's something weird about that kind of stuff. I've had it happen before. Like, this would happen very often to me, because especially when I was answering the phone and doing everything, we get a phone call. Let's say, like, for us, it was Norton Shores, right? We go to Norton Shores, and I don't know, like 3 miles away, maybe somebody else would call and say, I got a broken spring, and it's like, what? It's like, how are we getting like, we would normally get 2 to 3 service calls, and it normally would be like a broken spring in the same city area, within a mile or 2 or 3. And it was like, what? It's like, are these people related or something? Like, how does this work? Not always, but those were always nice. You were kind of like, yeah, like, you wouldn't tell them, right? But you're like, yeah, we could come over we're going to be out in that area. We're already in that area. We could be over there probably within like 30 minutes. Honestly, like, really? 30 minutes? Yeah. And you go take care of them, right? And you're like, well, sweet, this is kind of a score, because you didn't have to drive all the way from the shop. You're already over here. So that's basically more profit. Rich's Pioneer Try Restaurant Place. Placemats. I wonder how much those things run. I never did that. I look at those things like crazy. When we go to, I'm sitting there bored. I'm always looking at those little placement mats. I know this place. Who's this? Maybe I need some drywall done. Let me get my phone, take a picture of that. Does anybody know how to remove it from the power head? What you got, Tony? How the hell do you do that? Hammer? I love it. That's right. Anybody know how to remove MyQ? Man, I don't know that. Never done that one. He says, do you just use a special number or QR code for tracking ROI? Special number or QR code for the tracking. So is that OHD there? Which one are we talking about? I got a little lost. Tony threw me off with this whole MyQ. We don't do a lot of tracking though. Unfortunately, I had a used unit that had somebody else's information. Ooh, son of a biscuit. I had a used unit that had someone else's information. Oh no. Oh my gosh, does anybody know? Oh my god, this is great, man. Now this is Jerry Springer crap here. Oh man, I never even thought of that. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh. Dang, do any of you guys give discounts when installing more than one opener? I don't think we do. It's kind of like we have a set price, especially for openers, maybe like doors a little bit, more on the commercial side. I don't think on the resi side. Do you have to set rates you take off or make it depending on the job? Garage doors are #1 ROI turn for home upgrades. Ramos says, yeah, I've heard that before. I remember, I think Wayne Dalton was always pushing that too, which I can agree. I mean, especially if it's on the front and you you pull up and stuff, you see it. So I mean, I think there is to some degree. Obviously, if people aren't really smart about it, it's more of a look. And because I've come across a lot of spec homes, and it's like there's a room above, and they got a non-insulated door, and I'm just like who thought of this? Like, why is there a non? But the outside, it's got the hardware, it's got the wood panel look, it's got windows, but it's a pan door. And it's like, good God, it's like But even the homeowners, at most of them I went to, they never understood. I was like, so is your room? Yeah, it's kind of cold. Okay. Like they never would come out there and be like, yeah, we bought this house. And then I overlooked, it has a non-insulated door. That's stupid as hell. They would never say that. Like sometimes I would tell them, sometimes I wouldn't. I'd just be like, okay, we're going to install an opener for you. usually if they get more than one unit, I walk away with a remote or two. Choo choo, choo choo. Today I went to check a job for 8,900 openers. They asked the price and asked then 3 and also easy changeover. Since my list 89 was 14, more than 1, 12, plus, what was it, charge over? Plus changeover. Said yes. Nice. Depends on the vehicle. It depends on the vehicle. I think I know where you're going with that, Rich. Rusty sold them a torsion changeover because I'm not sure how the 8900 would work long term with a easy set system. Yeah, that's a little questionable. I can see that. Seems like on the easy sets too, at least the ones I've been on, they don't give you much. It seems like they haven't give you much shaft, sticking out the ends. So I don't know. Oh, Overhead says I was talking about the mats at restaurants. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that. Do like a QR. It's not bad. That'd not be a bad idea. A lot of things are doing that. I'm not real up to speed on how to make those or what the whole, like even when you deal with a vendor on it to make it, how they interchange that. That was deleted. Rich has got it. Smart minds think alike. Rich, he's always so funny. Tony, to remove my cue from a motor, I believe you have to press the black button 3 times. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since we changed Wi-Fi carriers. What's up, Dab? Haven't seen you in a while. Do I need to start my own company? Oh, I can already. Rich is going to be on this one, or not. Sorry, Rich is going to be Rusty. I guess it all depends. It all depends. I mean, I think about the box store stuff, and I like my very minimum. While I'm doing an opener, so I probably want $500. I'm doing garage door, probably at least $1,000, especially if it's a small door, pan door. But you can probably alleviate some of that, like I said, because you're going to get half down. You're going to have the customer, especially if you're just starting out. You know what I mean? And you just, man, you eat the ramen noodles, you pack a lunch, you take really good care of the customer. Well, he says, I'm home now, done for the day. That job sucked. Oh, man, Tanner. Damn, I feel bad for you. You're already home now? Ay caramba. Ay caramba. Damn, dude. Dab's guy says I'm legit too good at this. Man, 8 years now. Oh, it jumped on me. Too good at this, man, 8 years now. What's Rob got? Thoughts on DOJ allowing for armed assault on citizens during an event or unrest in the U.S.? Oh boy, I don't know. I didn't know anything about this. Rich says $1 million. Yeah, I agree. I'm with Rich. $1 million. Now, I think it's really like for Dab, you just got to be creative. That's really what it comes down to. You got to be hungry. You got to be a salesperson. You got to be able to accept rejection because there's a lot. You got to have thick skin. And like I said, when you get the rejection, just brush it off. Oh well, on to the next one. You know what I mean? And you just keep going because everybody's different. Everybody's different. Jacob says, "Where are you from?" Muskegon, Michigan. Jacob, where are you from? Rusty Dab, there's a few ways to explain. Are you just doing to be one-man show? Just says, but we are monopoly in this town. Ooh. Tanner's got, I told my office managers that if anyone calls for Clopay or that garbage easy set crap, we charge double. Oh man, I've been there. I've done that. I get it. I totally get it. You gotta wait until his company dies. Well, one man show. Oh, Jacob, you're from UK. You'd be the second UK person I know. Sean and Jacob. So UK. Hope everything's going good over there. Tell us some of the crappy things about being in the UK. You can tell us Americans. Just be interesting. Or what's maybe some of the really good things. Yeah, I'm with Rusty. I think 25 in the bank would be a minimum, and that will get spent quickly in a month of overhead. Yeah, I'd say that's probably, I mean, I always kind of thought when I've talked to the wife about it before, it's like either like 30 or 50. And that's just depending on the size. I mean, kind of the size we're kind of at in a sense. Obviously, more is better. But like I said, if I was, kind of what I try to do for some of you guys starting out, I'm kind of chunking a truck again here. And so I'm kind of reinventing myself. I'm gonna say it's actually a little more challenging than what I thought it was going to be because I run into some quirks on certain things. But I'm always up for a challenge, and I enjoy it. And I like seeing these different products. Kind of like when everybody was explaining, like they're like, Dave, I think you're talking about like the premium series or whatever for Genie that's got the solid rail. And I'm like, oh, that's right. I'm like, you're right. I screwed up. Rebels, where's everyone from? Dab says, I'm too talented to work for my old dumb boss. He screwed up everything he has anything to do with. And maybe Dab, like I said, either you make sure you either talk to him about taking it, doing something with it, and either explain it or tell him, say look, I'm whatever you want to, you're doing your stuff on the side and stuff. It's really it's hard to say because for like me, I've always been really open-minded. I always liked what the concrete guy told me one time. I cornered him, in Lowe's, and I was desperate for information, and I told him one time, I said, dude, what do you do for your guys? I said when they want more money. And I remember he just kind of flat out, he's got 2x4s on his shoulder, he's going to go out and do a job, and he says, you know what I tell him? He goes, if you want more money, he says, you gotta make me more money. And I thought, I said, that easy, huh? And it is kind of sometimes, like you got to build value. It is important, you know what I mean? Because I've had a lot of people, and there's some people that just, a lot of people won't get out of their own way. A lot of people won't get over I've seen a lot of egos. Ego is a big one, right? I remember one guy that worked for me, he's always puffy chest and always, I mean, I would talk to him about anything. And I mean, he'd just be like, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, look, we can talk like adults here. You know, like you don't need to get all hostile. I mean, you know, it was really weird is I noticed there was always kind of a trend a little bit. The guys that would badmouth, typically their girlfriends or their wives really badly, you know, those were the guys that typically there was more problems than I could ever handle. You know what I mean? Where it was like, you know, I'm talking bad stuff too, not just something, you know, well, you know, she left the dishwater, you know, she didn't drain it last night. It was just that, this, that, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, well, maybe you're a part of this too. Maybe you're a part of the problem. You know, maybe if it's that bad, you need to find a way to solve it or leave it or, you know, but when it goes on for years, yikes. So yeah, it says so. Dab's guy, he goes, I'm scared of not being busy at first. Yeah, and like I said, like honestly, right now, that I don't think this is a good time for anybody. You know, let's see who the old Presidente next president's going to be. Let's get into spring. Um, you know, I look at it two different ways, and I'm kind of the cup is, you know, half full and it's kind of half empty because I don't know. But I will tell you, I'll tell you my opinion. My opinion right now is that the market is being propped up. For one, the Federal Reserve typically never does an interest rate cut unless there's something dramatically that happened. There really wasn't nothing that dramatically happened. So either they're kind of propping things up for the administration that's in there right now. And part of me thinks that's what's going to happen is they're going to, as the new administration, let's say Mr. T gets in there, Mr. Trump, he gets in there, right? They're going to go, fun, and they're gonna drop the bag. You know what I mean? They're gonna pop the balloon, and he's gonna be dealing with for maybe a little time, maybe not. I don't know. You know what I mean? But he might be dealing with something where he's like, you know, they left me with a real, you know, I had the economy going so good, and now they left me with a shit show. Maybe not. Maybe he gets in. Maybe there's a big rally. Maybe everything's great. Maybe he doesn't get in. Maybe there's a sadness. Maybe there's it just keeps plugging along and we just, you know, picks up a little bit next year. Well, we're stuck with this. I don't know. But I think things are being lied to us right now, big time. So, you know, right now is not the time to be playing with fire. I would say everything is just kind of hunker down, which a lot of corporations and stuff are doing. This is a normal thing. It's the lame duck season. It's kind of like with Kamala, you know what I mean? Like her right now, I'll do this, I'll do that. You're already in power right now, pretty much. You're second in command or whatever. Go ahead and do whatever. Start implementing. You know, but they don't. Yeah, it's such. We are being so played. Rusty says, Dave, that's where our ad. He says about 35 per month overhead guys like Evan and Dan. He says who have way lower costs would have no problem bidding and getting jobs. Yeah, like I said, you can use the box stores. You can do all these different creative ways. You know, and I think the biggest thing, I think one thing that feared me is like I said, when I was starting out, you know, I had this weird, like, you know, like I had to have the shirt and, I got to have the truck and, I got to have the van or whatever. And, I got to have the right tools and all this stuff. I go to people now in my little beater truck, but you know what's different? This. I walk in there, I got confidence. Yeah, I mean, I guess I got some other resources I could use if need be, but I go in there and I'm confident. And I'm like, I'll take care of this. I'll handle this. You know what I mean? If there's a problem, we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't go in there. See, a lot of people are looking for security, right? Everybody, that's why a lot of people, you know, get jobs. And there's nothing wrong. It's just, you know, but they want jobs, they want security, right? As an entrepreneur, there's really no security. It's just you're running around like, you know, a chicken with your head cut off sometimes. Until you start, you know, building your system, you know what I mean? And things will calm down. But yeah, just but the big thing what I'm getting at is put stuff out there. Just remember, there's always a way, even if you don't want to be 100% honest, you can turn them down. So if they get a job, they call and they say, well, I got 3 doors, and maybe it's new construction. You're like, I don't even want to deal with it. It's not even built yet. You tell them, say, you know what, we're really busy right now. I don't know when we could fit you in. Can I get your number and stuff? I'll check. I'll call you back, or just tell them no right from the get-go. Feel them out. If they're in your town and they want an opener, hey, I could take a look at it for you. Could you send me a few pictures? And I think that's what's really hard. You know what I mean? Because like when I started out, I've seen this with a family member. I don't want to call anything out, but I seen this with a family member starting a business, and right from the get-go doing the same thing. Right? Traveling an hour and 30 minutes, 2 hours, one way to go do a job because they got a job. We got to have a job. We got to stay busy today because if we stay busy today, we're doing something right. Where it's like I'm sitting there and I'm going, every time, that customer now, if they has a problem or a defect or has an issue, or even if that customer in a nutshell probably recommends you to somebody else, you didn't want it. You don't even want it. You don't even want to be over in that area. You know what I mean? Because now it turns into, well, I seen you were over here doing my neighbors, put a bad review on here. They did my neighbors, but they won't come do me because they maybe my armpits stink. I don't know. You know what I mean? So sometimes you're just better off opening up that funnel closer to home and staying, but you do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Especially if you're a one man and you do a good job, you can stretch things a little bit, but it's when you start getting employees and you start trying to rely on them or you start sending them out, that's scary. That's right, man. That's right. I see it. We'll call him KR here. What's it KR says? KR says it will come and it will be worth it, brother. Work for yourself no matter what. That's good. I like that. Thanks for putting that in there. So Tanner's got, what is it? Says what do you say, Dave? Yes, it's cool, but crown, yes. So my saying always, I heard this through my the guy that did man doors. And he told me, he said, I'm going a little more detail here, but he told me, he goes, Dave, when I go home at night, he goes, the work phone, he goes, sits right on my console in my van. He says, I plug it in and that's where it sits. And he says, when I walk through those doors, he goes, I don't take work with me. He says, I walk through those doors, I play with my kids, I love my wife, I eat dinner, and that phone sits right on my console. I don't look at it until the next morning when I get back in the van. And I thought, that's good. But he was the guy that told me one time, he says, Dave, it's good to be king, but the crown is heavy. And I went, damn. That really sunk in with me. It is good to be king, but the crown is heavy. Damn, that's good. So I always really respected that. I always thought that was very true. Because it is. It's you think you like, being at the top and all that, and it is. It's in a nutshell. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, at one point, the business chewed the hell out of me because all of a sudden it was like one day, it might have been a week, a month, a year, I'm sitting there and the business is like, all I'm realizing is that every time this damn phone rings, it's somebody with a problem. And there's days that I'm like, I got problems too. I got a flat tire. I got a car that's got a problem. I got, a kid or a wife or a laundry or a vacuum machine or whatever that's failing, or a fridge, you know what I mean? And it's almost like sometimes you'd get this phone call and somebody be like, hey, I got a problem. And it's like, I almost want to be like, really? You got a problem? Dude, I got 20. And sometimes, and it wasn't the best thing to do, right? It wasn't the best mindset to be in, because especially when it's like your employees and stuff like that, because you can't do that to them. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't work. Like you can't dump that on them. So you just always, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not a problem. We'll get somebody out there for your customer, employee, whatever. I'll bring you something. Okay. Not a problem. I'll bring it. I'll bring it. So there's a lot that goes into it. Damn, I get paid 1,000 a week cash, but I'm the only installer. Not bad, man. Cash. Yeah, I'd be taking that gig. I tell you what, stack that money. And it might be something too. Like I said, if you can do it, if you don't have a lot of bills, try not to get in the bills. Maybe start investing, start getting some dividends, get into, whatever. If you don't want to, if you're gonna have to wait until him or whatever, take that money and start moving into other stuff. There is other things out there. Or like I said, until ride it out, and then if it pukes out, well, you got the college education. You know what I mean? What's it say here? Rusty says, Dad, that's what I'm paying myself as an employee. Says, but I'm one of the owners also. Says, I'm Arab. I love. Oh, really? Wow, that's cool. So I'm Arab. I love Trump. Interesting. That's cool. Moved on me. Tanner says, shit, Rusty. Says, my wife pays me in beef jerky, and I'm the owner. I'd probably have to say I'm right there. I'm right there with Tanner, because I honestly don't. I don't even know what I get paid. It's all handled between wife and secretary. They do everything. You know what I mean? I just go out and kill something, drag it home. Tanner's Rusty's got Trump's energy, political makes sense. It's true. It's true. I can't disagree with that. Dab's guy says we do have a guy that builds the hardwares, the doors, openers for me, so it's ready to put in when I get it. Nice, nice. Tanner says, Dab, he says that's not bad for cash, but I know a lot of guys who have installed 5 to 10 years that talk a big talk and have a few around my area, and they are god awful installers. Years, yeah. I would definitely agree with Tanner on that, because when I was starting, I was probably in the middle of the business in a sense, in the years wise. I was bringing in. I think that was wrong. I think it was wrong, because I'd bring in multiple different guys, and normally I'd have somebody that worked at the business, and they'd be like, "Hey man, I know a guy." One guy brung from basically Atlanta, Georgia, and I got him up here, and he's like, he used to install. He's really blah blah blah, this and that, and he was the biggest baby. He was such a crybaby, and I had him, I had another guy. They both, trumped me by all of 10 to 15 to 20 years of experience, and their installs were garbage. The one guy that did it, he would put the track so damn tight on the doors, just screeching the whole way up. We had another guy that came from a local competition around here, and he kept telling us that he got fired because he couldn't do preventative maintenance right. Well, how do you not do preventative maintenance right? You're not writing it down on the list. You're not spraying oil where you're not supposed to. Kind of didn't make sense, but we needed help, right? It's that whole thing. Like that vortex I talk about. You start getting too big, you know what I mean? You go too fast, and you start just, well, I can throw money at it. Oh, yeah, you can throw money at it. You can throw a hell of a lot of money, wasted money at it, and never get nothing back from it. And I'd have guys. I had 3 guys, I remember, doing a job. This was a brand new builder we're working for. He does like residential, but on the bigger side. Like he does like barnuminiums or whatever they call them, and he just does bigger stuff. This one had 2, 3, 4. I think it had 4 doors. One a full view, a couple that were 12 by 14. One was like a 10 by 12 or something, and they blew the job. Totally screwed the job. I took my foreman guy out there that I told to. I literally told him, I said, I need you to go out there and watch these guys. And I said, I want you to bring a damn lawn chair and sit on your hands. I said, that's what I want you to do. I said, I want you to sit on your hands and just watch these guys. That's all you got to do. What does he do? He gets partially up to the job. He ends up calling me a couple hours later and goes, hey, man, the furnace guys or whatever are at my house. I got to go over there and let them in. You know, is that cool? And I'm like, yeah, I guess, as long as you go back to the job. He doesn't go back. I don't find out till later in the day. He never showed back up. I was pissed. So these guys are installing this stuff, right? And this is actually my foreman guy. This is actually his like friend, buddy, and they install these doors. The next day, the guys come back, one of the guys, and he's like, hey, these guys aren't installing very good. And I'm like, okay. And he sounded legit. And I'm like, so do you think you could finish this job and make this correct, make this right? And he's like, yeah. So he finishes the job. Another guy goes up there the next day or something. I start hearing him, hey, man, he's like putting weather seal on. He's got broken weather seal and stuff. And I'm like, really? And I'm like, so I talked to the one guy. I said, sounds like we need to go up there and take a look at this job. We go up, start looking at the job. I mean, we walk around this job, the wires and stuff. I mean, it was devastating. And I remember my foreman guy, he goes, what do you think we should do? And I mean, I wanted to chew his ass out. And I wanted to tell him what we should have done is you should have listened to me. And I told you to keep your ass up here and put your hands under your ass and watch these guys. Because this is, and I just told him, I didn't know what to say. I just told him, I said, honestly, I said, it looks like all this shit needs to be tore back out, redone. So that's what it looks like to me. I said, this door's too tight. This door's too loose. So I said, obviously, what's his name was on this one. What's his name was on this one. I said, I don't know who ran the wall button. It's missing the bottom screw. It's just pivoting, And like I said, every one of these guys is all got 5 to 10 more years on me. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it was a big ass job. I mean, it was very expensive. Basically, the guy never used this again. Oh. Tony or Tanner's guy, he says, the work does not speak for itself. If you go out on your own, he says, and you have a great, the work does not speak for yourself. Okay, he says, great door guy, then work will be fine. He says, every time I start mine, kind of side in 2016 or 17, but went full. Says, no, I'm a perfectionist and I'm quick as well, which is good. I am the guy that I want as an employee someday, but never, yeah, that's the problem too. What does it say? But never find. Yes, there you go. Dab says, Rusty says, move to Pennsylvania. Yes. That's the thing too, which is really tough for guys sometimes. Is really tough. Because here's a little nugget. Here's a little nugget. I don't even really want to say it. But my buddy that worked for his uncle doing garage doors for many years. He also did it on his own and stuff. I did a few jobs with him. He was a good dude. He was always the guy that gave me shit all the time. He's like, Dave, why are you sending 2 guys out for a 16x7? He's like, they can do that shit all day by themselves. And then he'd always tell me, he says, I don't know why you're going out and measuring the door. He goes, everybody's got a tape measure. And he said, if they don't have a tape measure, he says their neighbor's got a tape measure. And I was like, yeah, I know. Anyways, one thing he told me one time, he told me, and that always kind of stuck with me. He said, if they're that good, they'll go and do it themselves. They'll go out on their own. So you always have to remember that more than likely, right, you're going to be, it's hard because you might be a perfectionist. Once I relinquished that somebody is probably not going to be as a perfectionist as me, and you're going to get probably sometimes 70, sometimes 50, sometimes 40%, you have to be, you almost have to be okay with that. There's ways to manage it. You can go behind them, check on them, help them, encourage them. But sometimes there's just some people that just will never quite do as good as what you're going to do, right? I mean, it's like we all go behind other people's works, right? And it's always like, oh, I can't believe they did that, you know, but at the time, there might have been a reason. That's as much angles they had. That's all they knew at the time, their education, whatever, whatever, you know what I mean? So it's just something to think about. Tanner says, about 5 years ago, I have 15 years in the door industry, and I grew fast. Then I knew what to do with on top of buying out a friend's company, and I have yet to find an installer or guy in my area that impressed me. It's sad to say, but most people around here only work for companies or just do enough to get by. And that's something that like Tanner's bringing up, kind of the bringing up some great points. You know what I'm saying? And that's why sometimes I express, it's not that I don't want to be like discouraging here. It's not that you're up against a brick wall. It's just, it's almost like how do you say it? It's almost like how many nights of sleep do you want to lose? Because I'm still looking for the definition, right? There's a huge difference, and I've been looking for the word or the verbiage to kind of put it out there. It's kind of like that whole, it's good to be king, but the crown is heavy. Ben Mala, I think, said it one time. There's a clip. He said it close, but not perfect. I've still been digging through the archives of stuff. Always trying to find it. But like I said, there's a difference. When I deal with rental properties versus the business, there's a huge difference. Huge difference. And I guess I think what it is in business, either way, there's problems, right? There's no getting around it. There's problems. But what I like is I'm not held hostage. When I was hard in the business of the garage doors, right, I was held hostage a lot, right? When are you going to be here? When are you going to get this done? When, right? Where now it's like, I got an issue, and I'm like, okay, let's work together. So like, for instance, I went to a property yesterday, actually. The tenant tells me the ceiling fan's not working. I said, okay. And she said, well, I don't want to be a pest about this kind of stuff, but I don't know if I need to talk to you or talk to the property manager. And I said, you can just let me know. I said, little stuff here and there. I said, obviously deal with the property manager. I said, but this is fine. I said, I'm here looking at something else. I said, well, okay. I said, well, I'll see about getting one of the guys, out there to look at it, blah, blah. She comes back out a few minutes later. She goes, well, I do have an uncle that does electrical. She told me the name of the company, and I recognized it, and I know the company does. I never heard bad things about them. I said, oh, okay, perfect. I said, she goes, do you want me to have him look at it? And I said, why don't you do that? I said, have him give me a price. And I said, well, we'll see about getting it fixed. And she goes, well, I don't even know if it's that big a deal. And I said, obviously we don't want to let moisture in your bathroom. I said, and it worked before. And I said, obviously it quit working. We need to get it fixed. I don't feel hostage. You know what I mean? I feel like it's like we're trying to work together, and I don't have a threat where if you don't get this, if you can't be here in 2 hours to fix my garage door spring, I'm calling somebody else. You know what I mean? And I love the concept. Because here's the thing. Right now, as we talk, I'm making pennies right now. Pennies, quarters, nickels, dimes, dollars. Right now, they're generating. Where when I do the garage doors, yeah, I make money right then, but I have to do them. I have to do the work. The truck has to go out there, the van has to go out there, the employees have to go out there. There's a lot of variables out there You know, even doing this stuff, you know, through the box stores and that, I look and I go, wow. You know, I look at all the tools and stuff. Like it's, and then you know how it is. You're held hostage, right? You go out there, you didn't bring something. Shoot. Maybe you used the vehicle for something. Maybe you're using your vehicle multi-purposes. You know, maybe your vehicle didn't get restocked. You know, there's a lot of variables that go into it. Maybe you don't got the correct photo eyes. Maybe you don't have the right circuit board. Maybe you should have brought an opener. You talked to them about an opener, but you didn't bring the opener. Oh crap! How many times I've had this happen? Many times. It needs an extension kit. Been there. You know what I mean? Oh crap! The door's 8 foot tall. I only got 7 foot rail. I don't got no extension kit. I didn't bring an 8 foot rail. Fudge. You know, who's gonna do that? Do I call the wife? Do I go back? How far away is it? The wife can't do it. She's with the kids. They're doing, you know, a lot of variables. A lot of variables. Press the minute. Dave says I'm 27. Nobody that I know actually knows how to sweat and work. Yeah, and I think with Dab I can kind of relate with that, because here's another thing that grinds me. When I started in the business, right, back in 2006, the phones weren't so prevalent. I had a secretary that doesn't work for me any longer, right? But I remember it's like one of those things, right? Like all these little mind games can happen. And I just tell you guys this to try to educate you. You know what I mean? It's not to discourage, because like I said, you got to do something, right? I mean, you got to make money somehow. But you know, so for here's a scenario, right? Hey, we got up to 29 likes too, so thank you guys for hitting the like button. But here's a scenario. I remember I was doing something. I might have stopped home for lunch or something, or switch clothes. I don't know, whatever, you know, something, paperwork. And there was a little heat going on here and there with secretary, this and that, right? And then next thing I know, I find out that it's like there's a post, right? So what are you supposed to do if there's a post during business hours that you know your secretary is at a computer at your office that's posting stuff on Facebook? And like I said, this is from years back. You know what I mean? But you know, when you start thinking about it, what I'm basically trying to get at is employee theft is a real thing. And we all do it. I'm guilty of it too, right? But everybody's playing on these phones. And you think of how much more productivity you could get out of people if they quit playing on their phones and maybe went to the next service call, or maybe, I know it's happening in the business, right? Guys are stopping, right? I do it too. I stop, right? Look at the phone, play some music. Those are seconds. Those seconds turn into minutes. That's another thing that really irked me, because that all adds up. You know what I mean? It adds up. You know what I mean? And you're paying for it, baby. You're paying for it. They're stopping at the gas station. You're paying for it. You know, they, you know, whatever, you know, I mean, it's okay when, you know, like I always liked when they asked, you know, hey, I gotta go to Secretary of State, just go, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's kind of a perk I look at, but, I had an employee, right? He was a young kid, and I was told, and this is the stuff that, you know, goes through your brain. I was told that he likes to take a lot of selfies. That's what I was told. I just was told, Mr. I don't want to say name, but Mr. Person there likes to take a lot of selfies. Really? Yeah. Like he's always taking selfies. Really? Okay. Whatever. First time we let him drive a service vehicle. I forget something the guys had to switch, so there was an extra vehicle at the job site. First time he drives. Now he's all legit. We've already validated all that. Driver's license, everything's checks out. He smashes in the back of a vehicle. A little bit snowy out. I guess they were turning right. He couldn't stop. He slammed into the back of them. Smashed up the truck. Deployed airbags. Now, what do you think was going through my mind? He obviously likes to take selfies. Was he on his phone? Was he distracted? He ain't going to tell me that, right? That's not going to happen. So I remember my foreman guy that was running the shop at the time, no longer with us, he tells me on Monday, right? There's the truck that's smashed. Airbags are deployed in it, passenger and drivers. And I remember, you know, I think the truck was disabled of some sort, or maybe he got it back and it wouldn't start up again. I can't remember. But anywho, you know, he doesn't tell me over the weekend because they did this like on like a Friday or Saturday, and I'm like, dude, I'm like, this is like a major accident. Like, you need to let me know. And he's like, now it turns into like the lady was fine with it. She didn't want to make a report. Now it's like, yeah. Remember how I told you about the employees? Like, they come in and tell you, oh, the job went great, and they're happy. And an hour later, the customer's calling. Yeah, okay. So now I'm waiting for like the police to show up. Are they going to show up at my house? Are they going to show up at the business? Are they just going to call us? Am I going to have a warrant out for my arrest? You know, so I'm like, what? I mean, I'm just like blown away with this. I'm like, what? He's like, I don't want to bother you over the weekend. I'm like, dude, like, I need to know this kind of stuff. Well, anyways, I go out there, checking out the status of the truck. The truck really didn't look too bad. The bumper was tweaked a little bit, this and that. I start cutting the airbags out of it. I tell the one guy, I was like, here you go. It's like, just start whatever, right? They take it for a day or two, and then my brain kicks in, right? And I go, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They're driving. I can't have them driving that truck. Isn't that like kind of like a safety harness? Right? Like, you got one of those safety harnesses that got that accordion in it, and they fell out of the lift and it already extended. Like, now it's past its safety. Like, it doesn't work anymore. Holy crap. I can't have them drive. What if a cop pulls them over? It's like, what the hell happened to your airbag? You know what I mean? Obviously, if it was an inspected state, which we are not, they'd be like, this vehicle's not safe to drive. It doesn't pass inspection. And I thought, what if there's another accident and somebody actually gets really hurt or killed? Lawsuit, blah, blah, you know, like, got to decommission that truck. And that was really sad because that was a really good truck. And all it took was one person. And like I said, things happen. But it was his first time driving the vehicle. And I know he took selfies. Was he on that damn phone? Was he on that damn phone? So that's what you're up against. You know what I mean? So that's some of the stuff you gotta where's my rentals? I don't care if they're in there. Now they're not supposed to smoke, right? But I just always use the terminology. I don't care if they're smoking. I don't care if they're smoking weed. I don't care if they're in there banging. I don't care if they're sitting there playing video games. Long as they pay every month. They pay their stuff like they're supposed to. That's what I care about. You know? That's just me. That's just me. 27. Perfect. Your ride is almost here. Perfect. Your ride is almost here. We got Tanner. They leave you at the job site. Keep it small. Keep it all. I like that. I like that. That's what my neighbor always used to say, right? That's the car dealership guy. He says, keep it small. Keep it all. That's the way you got to think sometimes. Rich after somebody. Holy cow, you guys jumped in here. Where is it? I missed it. Tanner says, Rusty, I have had to install 3 Clopay doors this week and have the 4th Saturday. He says, I think I need you and Dave to come down for a day or two to knock these out. He says, I'm not having it. Oh man, I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling. When stuff just starts, it's like now you're almost like you're scared to go to the next job. Like, what's gonna blow up this time? What the hell's gonna go wrong? This is ridiculous. Do you still consider it Clopay if it comes from Menards, Ideal, or Homes from the lumberyard? That's kind of a good question. That's kind of a good question. Because, you know, I kind of think in my head, I go, if it's a Clopay, it's a little better standard, right? Where Ideal, it's the hardware. Ideal's got just their rollers and their hinges, and they do the cheap, they do the easy set. Where it's like, I'd rather take a Clopay door from our vendor all day, you know, or from Clopay any day over, you know, the Menards. Or I only seen the Homes in the garbage or in the scrapyard the one day, in the scrap hopper. Tanner says, I've installed for over 20 years. I love Clopay doors, but I have a theory. He says, we are a dealer and get correct parts, no dents, heavy hardware, homes ideal or cheaper for a reason. Yeah, I mean, Rusty might be onto something there. They might, you might get a better product. You know what I mean? Like, I still don't know if anybody knows, knows this. You can shoot me an email, because I know it's probably not going to pop up here in the text, whatever. Shoot me an email or text. But I've been told, I don't know, I've been told by a guy that worked at a phone company before, like, if you go to T-Mobile and get an iPhone, it's not as good as iPhone, like what you get from, like, let's say, like Sprint or Verizon. That blows my mind, man. Like, I don't doubt that crap, though. Like, it does not surprise me that it's like, isn't there, like, I thought I've heard this before too, like Coca-Cola, like the fountain drinks, maybe you're like a step down from what you get like at a like the cans. I don't know, man. I'm just saying, there's some theories out there. It's President Trump. It's President Trump to you. Rich. Hey, so Ricky Martin is a handsome man. Joe, he says, I don't know who that is. Maybe I missed something. Rusty says, I have Clopay Dealer app on my phone. He says, and can't even order homes from it. Huh. So they want a separate market for lower price. That has to come from somewhere. He says, yeah, well, they had Clopay stickers on them. Dang. Tanner says, where are you? Rusty's in Pennsylvania. Rich has got, didn't he jump off the balcony? What are you guys on? You on something I must be. It says, Tanner's got, is there only one Clopay distributor center? Ooh, that's a good question. Rusty says, yes, they have Clopay stickers because they are made at the same facility in Ohio. They all ship to distributor centers. They load Clopay on my trucks while loading homes. Okay, kits in the next bay. Interesting. Rusty's got, what's Rusty got? He says there are a few different regions. We are about 50 miles away, so we pick up direct. Holy catfish. Rusty, what is this? Rusty says there's a few different regions. We are about 50 miles away, so Rusty, you got to go pick up your doors? Oh, man. 50 miles from the distributor center? I don't think... No, we don't pick up anything. I don't know if that'd be a good thing or bad. I just can't look at it. I can't think about that for the time. That'd just be way too much time for us. Tanner says, he says, I don't know. He says, I'm in Iowa and stubbed for a Clopay dealer in Minnesota. Just don't have great luck with them. I only install for them for contractors and customers who buy them all the lumber yards. The lumber yards. Tanner's got my area, just call us, but I have 5 different door dealerships, he says, of my own, he says, and I was great starting out, but I'm about to start pushing them to a different guy, but I'm tired of, what is it? It says he can do a good job. Yeah, it's always kind of like a weird, like, excuse me. You know, I think kind of like what Tanner's saying right there. It kind of reminds me of it reminds me of when I was searching. I was searching for a door manufacturer that could almost do it all. And to be kind of honest, I can't even think of one right off the top, except for maybe like Midland that I never dealt with. But the problems you run into is people either want, they went to the box store and they got a certain color or a certain brochure, and and so they get Ideal, and you're like, well, I know that's Clopay, so I got to go through the Clopay dealer or my vendor. You know what I mean? Like things like that. So because the problem for me was that when you have employees, that was the hardest, and even yourself, right? You it's like you need a good product, right? Like I wanted the slide locks to be there. I wanted the pegs to be there for the your foot pegs. I wanted a rope to be there. I wanted good rollers and good hinges, and I wanted everything to be there. I wanted an operator bracket. Like I said, because all this stuff. I mean, I got so busy at one time. I mean, everything's going out the door. I got subs. I got my employees. I got just regular customers that are coming to me. I need everything to just. I want, like, I never had a customer call me and be like, you know, or a sub or an employee, right? Call me and go, I got an extra side lock with this. I just cannot believe this. I cannot believe this is happening to me. It's always, hey, this didn't come with a GDO bracket. Hey, this didn't come with the right rollers, or hey, this didn't come with flag brackets, or this didn't come with drums, or it was always something missing. And I just thought, my goodness, I just want plentiful. Like, I just want more, not, it didn't come with enough track bolts. You know what I mean? And I'm willing to pay a premium for it, right? If I got to spend another $20, $40, $60 more to get a better product, I'm game. You know what I mean? But it was tough, because even sometimes when you find something that's pretty good, working pretty good, like I said, they throw a curveball at you. They go with somebody else or whatever. Stinking cat. He's sitting right at my window. Come on in here, furball. Let's go. Come on. See, you can mess up my interior. Come on. Damn, you're cold. Let's go. Come on. I'm not your heating blanket. Let's go sit next door. They got the heat on in here. Backed up for a minute. The phone's being weird tonight. It keeps turning. I gotta keep flicking the screen. It's doing something weird. Don't sit down, stinker. Let's see here. 50 miles away. Iowa Stove. He says, lumber yards. He says, yeah, can do a good job. Not great, but he gets lazy and cuts corners. So I don't want that to reflect on me sending them to him. But I just don't have the time right now. Yeah. Hey, whoa, dude, you're not supposed to knock the window down. And that's the thing. Like, that's why sometimes you just got to tell them no. You know what I mean? Say, that is the problem. Like I said, even if you sell them, your name. I think that's why, in a nutshell, my vendor, right, my one guy, always told me. He says, Dave, he says, this is why he would sell. He sells parts now, right? He sells doors and everything, and he's, like I say, he's the biggest one in Michigan, as of right now. Except Rusty sent me one that's going to be probably right up there. It's weird how Rusty was getting something in Pennsylvania out of Michigan here, but he just said, man, he says, my name. He said, your name is always on this stuff. You know what I mean? Where if you sell the product, it's the product, right? I mean, like, you know how it is. You open a box, right? And you're not like mad at normally the distributor unless they dropped it or something. You just know that they're the middle person, and that's what he is. You know what I mean? Don't have the time. I know the time is a problem. When I order from Clopay, Rusty's got. Let's cat chill. What are you doing? Would you sit down, please? When I order from Clopay, I go on the dealer website and pick exactly what I need for the door options and give an estimate in about 5 minutes and order or check what they have in stock at the DC. Gotcha. It's like Service Spring app, but way better. Nice. Was it CW? How come every time I adopt a new dog, my grandma actually stomps it? Oh man, that's a bummer. Tanner says, guys call me yesterday. Hey, you better chill, dude. Don't be making a mess of my vehicle. I'm already not gonna like having hair in it. Um, I was an hour or more away, and I guess another business working on the project backed into my enclosed trailer. Ooh, and ripped off the latch and drove off and did not tell anyone. Dang, dang. So, the sheriff had to come out, and guess they figured out who it was, but damn, what a stupid deal. But yeah, yeah, that's why, like this kind of similar thing happened one time. I had some Amish guys we were working for, and I subbed some guys out. And I remember same kind of situation. One of the contractors there backed up their vehicle. Like I think they ended up they drove 2 trucks out there, their own. Like I said, I subbed them out. So, but anyways, they went to the gas station, came back, and noticed one of their vehicles, like the taillight was smashed in the back end of the truck. And like I'm not trying to be like rude or mean about it, but I remember him telling me about it. And when I first kind of heard it, I was like damn, dude, like I thought it was one of our vehicles, but I realized I subbed him out, and I was like, oh. And so it was such a relief off me, because it wasn't my, I mean, I didn't wish that upon him, but it's one of those things where I was just like, so like I was like, do I pay for it? And I just kind of, like, I don't, because I wasn't there. I didn't cause it. I didn't park wherever he decided to park. So it was kind of taken care of, right? He's either going to live with it. It's his own insurance. Just one of those things I'm talking about, sometimes maybe like what, sometimes what Rusty said there too, sometimes, keep it small, keep it all. So sometimes you can build too big of a vortex in a sense, that funnel, because it can happen, man. It can happen. And like I said, and that's like with me. When I had, 7 trucks running and 7 guys, nope. No, thank you. No, thank you. It just got to the point where you're just like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm not even living life right now. I mean? You just turn into how do I explain it? You just turn into like a robot. You know what I mean? It's like you go, everywhere I would go, it's like a zombie. Like, people are talking to me, and I'm just like, I was just numb. People, I'm sitting there, I'm just thinking business. Monday come. I gotta make sure that truck's loaded. I gotta make sure this. Oh, we had a problem. Maybe I should just go out there Sunday and stack everything. I'll just go out there Sunday. I go out there Sunday. I shouldn't have to go out there Sunday. Sunday's the day of the Lord, the day of rest. I should rest. I should hang out with my family. Like, I don't need to, like, Sunday, God. But if I don't, just think about the backlash. And then it was like, you do all that preparation, and there's like that blowback, right? You go out there, you do it. Monday comes. Hey, we're can you get out here and move your doors, because we got a concrete truck coming or something? And you're like, but I was trying to be proactive. Or you get out there like on a Sunday, right? And especially if you're dealing like a builder or something like that, you don't really want to bother the builder on a Sunday, right? So you kind of do what you think you got to do, and then something blows up or something's not right, or they said, something goofy happens. Do 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 do. So to come. Do 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 do. Do do do. What you got there? Is that like is that like a little hat? Is that bed in your teddy bear? Tanner says adopt a bigger dog. That's a good one. Is it Callie says vote for Trump? There you go. This is how fitting. Oh man, decent payoff. It seemed like a good. Says it was a decent payoff. He says seems like good guy. Rusty says, Davey said, I think one of the reasons I can change more is because myself or my brother charge more. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, you might be, You might be able to. You know what I mean? Maybe you can charge. You know, the thing is, you got to remember. So like, I always kind of remember like with the secretary. You know, like I would start kind of hounding her on certain things, right? On like on products. Um, and I remember her asking me one time, kind of like, you know, like, why do you need this? Like the customer doesn't want or something, and I'm like, I don't care. Like I want it. Like I want like anything that comes through affordable door and gate, everything has a slide lock in it. Everything has a rope. Everything has the better rollers. Like I was trying to make it very systematic, right? Because in a nutshell, the customer's paying for it, right? So yeah, it's another $10, $20, right, of extra hardware costs or whatever. I don't care. The customer's paying for it. Because I'd run into like just all these different problems, you know, silent rollers and this roller. This one had a slide lock. We didn't have a slide lock. Like I wanted everything. Like I wanted slide locks and operator brackets and garage door remotes and light bulbs spewing out of these people's vehicles, out of these employees, subs, angle iron. Like I don't want to hear any more about angle iron. You know, hey, I didn't have enough angle iron. You know, whatever. They didn't pay for it. Blah blah blah. Nope. Every garage door opener comes with a stick angle iron. You use it or not, I don't care. Give it to grandpa, give it to the old man, give it to the lady. She can make it to hang out her drying, to dry her clothes. Grandpa can use it for his garden, for his little gate. I don't care. Because I mean, I used to get some people too. They'd be like, well, what's all that extra hardware? And I'd be like, do you want it? It's yours. You paid for it. I'm just going to throw it in the truck and throw it away. Or obviously I'd save some of it. But I'm like, do you want it? Oh, yeah. You know, so, you know, in the garage door world, at least in our demographic, right? It's like there's only a few ways you make more money, right? Obviously, you charge more, you become more efficient, and that's kind of about it. You know what I mean? And so, obviously, if you're going back and forth to a job, I mean, obviously, let's say a job that's supposed to be one trip is 20. That's common sense. You're losing money, you're losing time. It's wear and tear, truck, tires, gas, oil, brakes, um, liability, getting into an accident, killing yourself, killing somebody else, killing somebody else's family. Um, there's a lot of liability. You know what I mean? So it's just, um, you know, it's just like I said, um, you know, and I don't know honestly. Um, you know, I've tried to process it many different ways, and I kind of look at it like I said, not trying to be discouraging. It's a great business. I love the business. I really do. Um, but I look at it like this. I go, Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad, read their books because he talks about like when you get on a highway, right? You have a plan. You know where you're going to exit. You just don't go around in circles all day long. And what I like about it too is it talks about a vehicle. And that's why I had to step into the real estate because I realized that the vehicle, you don't take a Ford Escort or Ford Explorer, sorry, me joking. You don't take it to NASCAR and expect to win a race. It's just like it's impossible. You know what I mean? And so sometimes we have to realize the vehicle that we are in, right? Even if we're doing service, right, or whatever, right, can be a problem. So in a bigger nutshell is what I'm trying to say. So sometimes you have to realize that, you know, the industry, there's limitations, is what I'm trying to say. Sometimes they're in your control, sometimes they're not. You know, I've had a lot, you know, like I said, I'm not real impressed with garage door openers right now. I'm very disappointed in garage door openers. Like I said, you know, back in the 06, 08, LiftMaster, loved them. Loved them. Zero, basically zero, maybe one out of 100 callbacks. I install them, I was done. Sayonara. See you in 10, 15, 20 years. You know what I mean? Now, it seems like I can do 10 of them, and I'm going to get a call back at least out of one of them. It's not working. It's not hooking up to my cube. You know, that's not me. You know, my remote doesn't work as far as it used to. My remote, you know, just, I mean, the list goes on, you know. Risty says customers seem to like owner coming to their homes. Sometimes customers seem to owner. Sometimes I mention it. Sometimes they are know already. And so, this is great. This is great. I'm so thankful that Rusty brings this up. You know what I mean? And this is he's right. So he's got, I already mentioned, right? Customers seem to like the owner coming to their house. Sometimes I mention it. Sometimes they already know. For instance, right? I think that's a great example. My brother-in-law is going through the same thing, right? Does the floor coatings and stuff like that, right? Does a great job, right? He said the same thing to me, right? He says he gets to tell the customer, oh, no. My competition is going to send out their crew. I'm going to be personally here. I'm going to make sure, right? And people like that. Hell yeah. I like that too. You know what I mean? If I got a roofer, I got plumbers, or I got somebody that's like my mechanic and stuff like that, right? 100% great. 100% great. The problem is, how do you scale? That's the problem. You know what I mean? Because your body can't physically do it forever, right? So it's just something you got to think about, right? You know what I mean? Because like when I'm out in the field, I know what I'm doing. I'm producing good stuff, right? You start hiring some people, and like I said, I'm not complaining because the way Cap's got stuff set up and all that, I've set them up for success. They do a great job. We have great people that work there. But that's really tough. It's really, really, really tough. And that's why I'm always kind of saying, like, I go, if I could start over, I probably would have kept it small, kept it all. I probably would have invested harder into real estate. I would have invested harder into dividend stocks, because the systems, like you can make a great system, but then, here's LiftMaster. They decide to come out with a new product that's not been years in production, been out in the field, tested and proven. And so now you're the guinea pig. And what's this? So now your technicians are not used to it. You have to retrain them. There's a lot of variables. Not that they can't be overcome. But it's just like I said, I don't know what it is. I have my property manager. She called us, I don't know, for like a 3-month period or something like that, or whatever it was. It was like, it's always like once a year. She calls and you do like oh boy, which one's got a problem? What's going on? And I still think of to this day. I remember she calls me and she goes, David? I go, yes. She talks to me like she's my mom. I love her. And she goes, David, we got a problem. Yes. What sewer's backed up? What one had a tree fall on it? Who caught which one on fire? God darn it. And she goes, I need you to cash your checks. Is that it? Is that all? There's got to be something else. Is this a joke? Nope. I got, you're 3 months behind or whatever. I want to balance my checkbook. I need you to cash your checks. Not a problem. Not a problem. You have a good day. You know what I mean? Where, it seemed like like I said, I've never had any of mine. It's still funny to this day. And I've been, probably about 3 years now? 3-4 years. I haven't been in the captain seat of the helm. That I still to this day don't have. I got maybe 1 or 2 that'll still ask me for stuff and I'll still help them out or whatever. But I don't have any of them ever call me and just say, hey man, how you doing? I miss you. Or just wanted to make sure you're doing good. How's the family? No, it was always business. It was always, it's always, I had a problem, or, hey, we're changing the size of something on the fly. Did you already order that stuff? Yeah, I ordered it 3 weeks ago. It's coming in tomorrow. You know what I mean? Do you think we can change a 10-foot to a 12-foot? I don't have a garage door stretcher. Haven't found one yet. Oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What did you sign? and what are you going to get changed, and you know, all that good stuff. Do 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 do. What is that Tanner guy here? Says, I like being the owner, but I don't broadcast it. If I don't tell them or let them know unless they bring it up. Matter, he says, it's kind of hard on my guys because my mentor was hard on me. So what they should be doing a great job, and they are doing a good job, but I nitpick them every day to make them better. He says, and when you tell the customers you're the owner, you get, oh, can I get a deal? Can you do this? Exactly. I totally agree with you, Tanner, on that. Totally agree. I would never let the customers, I always told the guys I was working with, it was hard because I'd have a couple grunt guys that come in once in a while when we get real busy that just help me lift up, door sections. And they seemed like they were always the ones that wanted to open their mouth. That'd be like, oh, he's the owner. And then it'd be like, dude, like, I don't use that authority unless I absolutely have to. Like, I've came out a couple of times where I told the guys, like, I don't know what you want. I said, I don't know if you want a whole new garage. I mean, even the garage door, because he was complaining so much, and I just came unglued. But otherwise, I never told him. I'm an employee. I'm just here to install. We already had a contract. You've already been told a price. You signed off on it. You approved it. You paid half down. I'm just here as a technician. I'm equal. We're equals. You know what I mean? And that's how I always looked at it. I never had that either, where it's like, like an ego thing or anything like that. That never. We're equals. You know what I mean? Man, you do a good job. I do a good job. We have lunch together. We pull up our pants the same way. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, I'm the boss. I write the paycheck and stuff like that. But we're just men trying to make a living. You know what I mean? Trying to make, put food on the table for our family. Things of that nature. I Googled myself in another area about 30 miles from my shop, and it came up between A1 door and Precision. So what does it say? So I'm making the small high end, and everyone else here is low margin, high volume. Yeah. Yo. Can I get deals for me? Or yeah, he says, so I want to school with your dad, everything to save. Oh yeah, to save $1 for Tanner. Yeah, I never had that problem too much with the family, at least. I was kind of lucky with that, but it's just, like you said, they always are looking, like, oh, well, can you do this? Or could you do that? Or could you, like you're some kind of well, hey, like, I still got a secretary I got to pay for, and I got employees, and I got vehicles, and I got a business, and I got a location and a building. Like, what do you want from me? You know what I mean? Like, this was all negotiated, but yeah, I agree. Like, and I honestly don't even want to, like, I just look at it like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to open up about it, because sometimes you're with certain employees or whatever. They don't need to know all this crap. And I don't even want to disclose it to the customer. You know what I mean? Rusty Tanner, everyone is poor when they get door prices while standing in front of their new F-250. That's funny. I like that. I love that. That's funny. Tanner says, well, poor and stupid if they are buying new Fords. We run Duramax here. Oh, we knew that was coming, especially from Tanner. The Chevy man. My big pet peeve is when they will spend $5,000 on front door. Ooh, this is a good one. That almost never gets used, but when it's overlay or full view doors open and close 2 to 6 times a day, they just too much. Oh, not. Yeah. So I want to add to Tanner's comment a little bit on there, because what's funny about that is I remember my buddy that passed away. that in the garage door business, and he always told me, he goes, you know, he goes, it's pretty stupid. He says that, he goes, the heating and cooling guy gets paid. He goes, the roofing guy get, you know, but he's like, when you know, the plumber gets paid. He goes, but when it comes to the garage door guy, he's like, it's like, oh, you know, oh, wow, this and that, you know, blah blah. And I think I kind of figured out what that means, because you know, it's kind of like garage door springs, right? When a garage door spring breaks, it's like that emergency. It's like an insurance company, right? The insurance company can kind of hit you, hit you hard, right? Because you're in that mercy, you know, oh, geez, broken spring. Well, normally we charge $300, but today it's going to be $400. It's going to be $400, you know, but we could get out there in 20 minutes. Oh, could you? But you said you can get out here 20 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be $400. I just raked you over another $100. And, you know, but we could be there in 20 minutes. Oh, please, please, please. You know what I mean? But, you know, it might go to something to the extent, I don't know if it's this deep. I would have never thought of this. So I want to bring this up. I got a buddy. He's older. I'm actually more friends with his son, I guess. But he's just one of those guys you can sit down and listen to him. And he owns a body shop. And he's just got that voice and that charisma. And he's been in business for years. And he just was one of those guys that makes you think. And he's telling me, he goes, you know, Dave, because I told him, I said, hey, so is your son going to take over? He does auto body. And he goes, no. He says, I don't want to use names, but so he goes, no. He goes, he's too smart for that. I said, really? I said, but you got this business, you got this building, you got all this, you know, these customers over the years. And he goes, yeah, but he goes, you know, it's changed over the years. And I was like, oh, man, I feel like that in the garage door business a little bit too, you know. And I said, he goes, you know, he says, he says, with the adjusters, he says, I used to go to lunch with all of them. He goes, now, he goes, I talk to them while they're in Florida over the phone. And he says, you know what's really funny, Dave? He says, somebody will spend, you know, $50,000, $150,000, $200,000 on a kitchen remodel, and they're just excited as hell. He says, you know, they've shopped around, they got the right colors, they got the right cupboards, they got the right flooring. The wife and the husband, they're all on board. They're happy as hell they're going to get this $250,000 kitchen. He said, but they go smack up a car. And he says, think about it. He says, they're already mad that they smacked their car. He says, then they bring it to me. I got to give them price. They're already mad that what to fix the car. He says, then I call him. He says, after I tear something apart, I realize there's more that needs to be done. It's going to cost more because it was unforeseen. We couldn't see it. So I call him and I say, it's going to be more. He says, then they got to come back. You know, they come to pick up the car and they got to pay me for the car, for a car that's not even any better. It's just back in the shape it used to be. He says, they're not happy. He says, so through the whole process, he goes, I'm dealing with unhappy customers. And he goes, and then he says, the insurance adjusters, he says, they don't want to pay anymore. He says, they want you to use these aftermarket parts that don't work. And he says, you don't sit down to lunch with it anymore and say, look, man, you know how this works. Let me show it to you. After lunch, let's go take a look. And the guy goes, yeah, you know. He goes, no, I deal with somebody out within Florida that doesn't even know, doesn't even care. It's just numbers. It's just a numbers cruncher. And I went, God damn. I said, that really struck home with me. Like, wow. And he goes, no. He goes, when I die, they can sell the building. You know, I don't want him to be a part of this. You know, it's not fun anymore. And I thought, well, I'll be like, that's a good point. You know what I mean? Like, and I thought, you know, so I think with Tanner, I feel like, you know, like the mindset of people is like the whole front door. The front door, it's got to have the pumpkins. It's got to have Halloween stuff. It's got to have the decor. It's got to have the Christmas lights. It's got to be the right color. And it's kind of like the garage door is kind of like the bastard child, you know. It's kind of like, yeah, you know. So I agree. It's just weird how things kind of play out that way. And I also, just for a little nugget, what I always recommend is don't try to match the front door. Just walk away. Have them match the front door to the garage door. Garage doors first, they match the door, because otherwise your life is hell. And if you do that, you always make sure you get a real sample, pay the extra, whatever, 20, 40, 60 bucks for the sample, and give it to them so they see it, they massage it, they touch it, they lick it, they touch it, they lick it, they eat it, whatever they do. And say, you're signing off. This is non-refundable, non-return. It's a lot of work. I just don't even deal with it. To offer, we live in a pretty uplifting area, but get people or install at the Iowa Great Lakes 95% of the time. So it's 1 mil to 10 mil dollar homes on the regular. Dun, 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 dun. My big pet peeve was I didn't miss that part, did I? No, that's good. Oh, the kitty's watching me. Rusty sounds like a great. Rusty says it sounds like a great king. Are you hiring? I need work. I'm in Houston, Texas. Too far away. Too far away. We in Michigan. We too cold. You freeze. King says new to your channel. Awesome. Make sure you subscribe. Hit the like button. We always appreciate it. And if you can, always go check out Papa Tony. He's got some stuff up here earlier. He needs a couple more. He's at 41. He needs a couple more subscribers. Yeah. Tanner says, King, he says, that might be a pretty big commute to work, Texas to Michigan. He says, you'd have to leave pretty early every day. That's a good one. I like that. That's funny. Oh, man. Tanner says, great Northern Door Company, making garage door panels. Front doors that match perfectly. Oh, so is it Great Northern Door Company makes garage door panels? Ooh, that's nice. There you go. Says I'll relocate if I have to. I used to live in Colorado. Ooh, I'm used to the cold. Colorado, man, they're hilly. Man, those are some steep roads, man. I was white knuckling through that puppy. That's where you need to be when you're in Colorado, man. That's where you got to have that Duramax that Tanner's got, that 4-wheel drive van. Holy cow. You need the power and you need 4-wheel drive all the time. What's JD got? I have found that if someone wants something, they will pay any amount, but if they need something, they will shop around. Ooh, that's kind of good. That's kind of good. Let me take a screenshot of that. That's pretty good. I like that. Because that is true. That's why, like I said, it's like, you know, my old foreman guy that I nag about sometimes. You know, I always remember him telling me, he goes, man, he goes, if I ever start a garage door business, he said, I'm just going to do garage door springs. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I'm just going to do garage door springs, like residential garage door springs. And I'm like, he's like, think about it. He's like, you can charge. He's like, you're there for what, like 20 minutes? He's like, you make whatever, 100, 200 bucks more nowadays, whatever, you know. And he's like, you're in, you're out. And I thought, the more I thought about it, I kind of go, yeah, I mean, you get scrap metal out of it. So that's kind of a bonus. You get heavy scrap metal, right? They're old springs. The customer's not complaining about, you know, a scratch or a dent or whatever, right? You oil it, so it's working good. They're happy. Door's working. It's small. It's compact. You just need a step ladder, maybe a small. You could probably even do it from like a darn SUV. I mean, you might need a torsion tube here and there because something got whacked or whatever. But, you know, when you think about it, but then it's like, you know, if you ever, like, I've never really done this where I've like narrowed it down. But, you know, when you think about it, I guess what would be like the return on investment, you know, you think about how much time you're putting in with a garage door. Like if you calculated like, okay, like from the beginning, like the secretary took the phone call, the secretary took the order, the secretary processed it, right? They went back and forth through the emails. That was all that time calculated. They wanted this color door. They wanted it long panel, short panel, windows, no window. You took all that time. Okay, now the truck comes. You know, you unload the truck, you store it in the building, which I don't know if that should have a factor because maybe it sits there for 2 or 3 days, right? Well, that's storage. That's storage, right? There's warehouses that make money on moving storage. That's storage. That's taking up space in your shop. You know, then you got the time of loading it back into the truck, right? You got to take it to the customer. You got to knock on the door. You got to say hello to the customer. You got to get inside. You got to bring the door inside. You got to tear the old door out, right? You install it. You got all that time there. You show the customer whatever, how the door works, everything's working good. You got the trim on, the weather seal. Now you put the old door, let's say you take the old door away and you don't charge for it, right? That, you know, like that's what we normally do, unless it's a wood door. And then you factor in, okay, then now you got this wad of garbage. Even if you take care of your own garbage probably, right? Your cardboard, your what, all your stuff, right? The hardware box, screws, whatever. And, now you got to go to the shop. You got to clean it up, right? You got to restock maybe. Maybe you got to do a little restock, right? Maybe a side lock or something you forgot, or spray lube or something, which I know you could use spray lube, I guess, on a garage door spring. But, when you sit there and factor out all that time and you started adding up going, okay, well, I let's say you're a newbie or whatever, you charge maybe $200, $300, $400 to install that door, and you factor that and look at all that time, then we're forgetting, right? We're forgetting the liability, right? We don't even know when we tear that door apart, right? Because I can't say I've never had a faulty garage door spring. No, I can't think of anything. I've never had a faulty. Now, I've had it where I've screwed up and brung two left-hand springs instead of a left and a right. That was my own fault. The way I fixed that was saran wrap, labeling it, checking them. They're saran wrapped together. That's been verified in a sense. But what I'm saying is, when you think about it, garage door siding could be damaged. Oh gosh, if it's damaged, now what? You got to call a secretary, got to take pictures, got to send it to the vendor. Now we got to come back. Do we charge it? Do we do it in good faith? Do we, was it my fault? Was it their fault? Was it nobody's fault? Was it God's fault? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, more time, more liability, so I don't think there's really too much when you install, unless you throw a cable, which you could do that. I don't want to say that into a broken spring because, you might not set the cables right from a broken spring. But I look at it though, I go, no scratch, no dents. It's quicker, it's faster. It's a couple $100, whatever it is. You're in, you're out, you're on to the next one. There's less physical demand is what I'm trying to say. Not to say it's right, the whole ecosystem. No, because obviously, how it is. We normally, that's not enough to sometimes feed, maybe in some of the areas that's something like maybe a Tanner and Rusty, they got some pretty heavy demographics there. Maybe they could keep a guy consistently busy with that kind of stuff. That's just my thoughts. Great Northern. I already quoted it. If I have to, Colorado. What's up, JD? As found someone something which was great. Found something they will pay amount, but they need something they'll shop around. King says it was scary driving in the mountains with snow in Colorado. Man, I bet so. I went through there just through a trip, like a vacation, a little minivan. Man, I thought I was gonna blow the transmission on that thing, the elevations, plus we're loaded down. I mean, I was like, if I ever come back out here, because we were cruising through, we went to Arizona and stuff and went out to Las Vegas and all that. And I was like, man, I ain't coming out here without no diesel. Like I wanted me a, sorry, Tanner, but I wanted a Ford, what's the ones, the Expeditions? Is that the ones that they don't make anymore, the Expeditions? I was like, I want me a diesel Ford Expedition. I want a big four-wheel drive. Because I don't think, Tanner might know this. Do they ever put a Duramax? I don't think they ever put Duramaxes in SUVs. I don't think they did. I think they had the 8.3 liter or whatever it was, 8 liter, but in front of you the other day. I doubt it. Is this Chelsea? Is that hello from Texas? What's new in Texas? Anything good in Texas? Good, bad, weather, storms? What's Texas? Give me some information. I love it. It's too bad, like some of these, I think they're kind of AI, whatever. But like, I wish in a nutshell, like some people like send me, I love all kinds of pictures. Like I just, like you can take a picture of the yard, and I love pictures. It's like I get to explore the world with like, because I'm a broke garage door guy. You know what I mean? And I'm just a broke blue collar man, and I just love it because I get to see it without like, like I'll probably never be there. You know what I mean? Like, so, like when I see stuff from like Rusty and Tanner and Tony, and when I went down and visited Josh, it was great because like Josh is there even, right? Like Josh is telling me kind of like, he's like, we're not in like the best area. And I'm like, we're not in the best area. I'm like, dude, this is like half what the Heights is in my area. And there was people driving like Cadillacs and that. And I'm just like, dude, like you're telling me this ain't the good area. And I'm going, like, I barely see any beaters, you know what I mean? And I'm like, And I just noticed when we went out and traveled a little bit, I was just like, this whole area is different. Like there's more money in this area, you know, like I could just feel it. I could just feel it. So I just like stuff, you know, like I said, I just like all kinds of, you know, houses, roofs, trees, you know, I just like seeing like, wow, okay, it's, you know, oh damn, they got pine trees there too. You know. Tanner says, yeah, he says that kit bit me in the ass last week. He says had to put 3,000 into new front wheel bearings. Oh man, and CV shafts. But just make found a few things with the kit and did not like, and had new, was it the after something in a bit. I know. What's up, Travis? I see you got hello and good night, sir. Have a good one, man. I know. So Tanner, I've been seriously like kind of like thinking to myself, like I keep just kind of like silently telling myself. I know it's hard because, you know, especially when you got winter and stuff like that for me. But I almost keep telling myself, I'm just gonna go with like an older. I don't want to go too old where I can't go down the highway. So probably like let's say like a 96, 98, 2000. Sometimes I just look at those Chevys and then, you know, I always think kind of like what Scotty Kilmer sometimes says. He goes, you know, if you don't use it, then you don't really need it. Now here's the thing: I've drove 2-wheel drive trucks in the winter, and they suck because like they're not locked in. You know, it's like your front brakes lock up and the back are still pushing you. So I'm always like, yeah, I don't know about going that far, but I do think about it a lot of times because the simplicity, right? I think things in life right now have just gotten so complex. You know, cars and garage door openers and just a lot of other things in life that I'm like, sometimes I'm just thinking, I just want simplicity, man. I just want simplicity. I want stuff that you can work on. Like I miss the trucks that you can work on. Like you can actually get under the hood and there's room where, like when I had my what was that, 2008 Power Stroke, the 6.4, you know, and you open up the hood. And I mean, I remember when I first seen it, I was like, oh my gosh, like this looks like Transformers. Like, I mean, it looked like all the stuff was moving to me because there was so many pipes and hoses. And I mean, I was like, where's the glow plugs on it? Like, where is there even an exhaust manifold on this? Like, it just looked like watching the movie Transformers, where the robots and all that are transforming into robots to cars, and you're just like, whoa. And so I just keep thinking, like, I'm like, man, I just want to get somewhere I can just like still work on it, because the mechanics are getting my one mechanic right now, I had something that needed to get done, and they're super busy, and I'm like, dang. And I'm just like, do I go somewhere else? I trust their work, and it's like I can do it, I just don't have the time. And it's like, if it was more of a simpler job, it'd be way easier. Bummer. Ooh, I see. Tanner says, oh yeah, he says, shit. He says, they do make a Chevy Suburban Duramax. Huh. You know, I felt like I thought it, but there must not be very many of them. And I don't know if they only did it for like a certain year or whatever, but it's interesting. I just know the one, was it the, I feel like there was two I'm always screwing up. There's an Excursion. I bet it was the Excursion. It's a Ford Excursion, I think. Right, the Ford Excursion ones they don't make. It was the bigger, it was like a 2000 model. And then there's an Expedition, which was this little bit smaller one. So it was an Excursion. Yeah, we got a lot of kings. This one says the king. Hello. Evan says, if I come across an igloo, I'll be sure to send you a picture, Dave. Oh man, Canada, yes. They're like the Russians, man. It gets cold and wicked. I actually just seen one on a job Friday. Oh man. And I looked up a 20. Okay, so 24 GMC Denali, X Suburban, and it's only 104. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. There you go. Rusty says, he says, I'll send you photos of day 3 for sure, for sure, and for today. Like I said, Rusty, I and Tanner and everybody else, Tony, and I mean all you guys, you know, Rich and stuff. I mean, I really enjoy them. I really do. You know, sometimes I don't reply right away, and sometimes they get a little. I typically look at them and I try to get back to some of you guys. So if I miss them, I always apologize. But I do see them, and I enjoy them. It just always depends. You know how it is those days where like you're either driving or doing something, and you're like, oh, what's this? And you click on it, and then you like, oh, sweet, and then you forget about it in the later the evening or something. But I just, you know, like for like Rusty, he sent me some of his jobs, man. And those doors were, I mean, the doors he's putting on look way nicer, you know, but the doors he's taking off, those old wood doors, yowzas. And I love the fact that, you know, that his brother was basically, you know, taking them, burning them, getting rid of them, dispose of them. And I thought, attaboy, burn, baby, burn. I've had a lot of bonfires with garage doors, you know. It just, like I said, it's one of those things. It makes me not feel so alone. Like I'd be out there with my hose, you know, because stuff's getting a little wild, and I'm just like, wonder if anybody else in America does this, you know. Probably else just takes them to the landfill. Maybe I should take them to the landfill. No, I ain't taking them to the landfill. They're closed. It's 7 o'clock at night. I'm getting rid of these puppies right now. We have a pile of scrap metal in a couple days. What is this? Is this age, bro? Would you rather gain muscle or gain... Was that? Is it eggers? I don't know. Oh no, is it starting to get a little loopy? Have you ever felt like this where you straight things happen, you get around and twist? No. Light. What is this, John? How are you doing, my friend? Doing good. I hope you're doing good, John. I don't know if we've talked before or met. I hope you're doing good. What's Evan got? I don't know. He says it's just me, but I feel like during their premiere, Stanley had the best mechanical limits because you make adjustments without having to cycle the door a bunch of times. You might, you know, Evan, you might be onto something. See, now the problem I had with Stanley, the problem I had with Stanley openers, and I never installed new ones and stuff, so I'm not a real, I can't really say a lot of things about them. All I know is that when I would come across them in the field, for whatever reason, man, I tell you, I learned this the hard way. You know, you make an adjustment or put a new garage door on, and the opener, you ask the customers, does the opener still work? Now, it was one of those things that I screwed up a few times. I never validated, you know, because it would depend, right? Maybe the garage door had a broken spring and the top panel's all buckled in. So you just take everything out. But I had a problem where I would mess with the limits. And I tell you what, man, as soon as I touched those damn limits, something would get wonky in those Stanleys. And then normally the Traveler would go too far, it would get smashed, it would crack in half, or it was already cracked, I didn't know it, and I'd catch it. You know, so I started, every time I dealt with a Stanley, I always just made sure the J-arm got accommodated. I always made the adjustments in the bolts when I put a new door in. I just did that at that Menards job a few months back earlier this year, because I was like, it still works. And it looked like everything was solid, but I was like, I will not touch those limits back there for the life of me. So I didn't touch the limits, and it worked fine. And she hasn't called or had any complaints. But you might be right. But see, like for me, the LiftMaster, the Chamberlains, typically, right, you could. So that's one thing I think I'm noticing. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, guys. I'm noticing with the new Chamberlains that I don't like, because I'm a real fanatic about not trying to run the opener too many times, because I know they have the overload in them and they'll shut down. But when you're setting them, right, you set the new ones, you get your limit set, and then it goes to make that cycle. and it's not quite right, because that down limit's what always screws you a little bit. Sometimes it goes past so you're always gambling. Then it's too much, right? The rails buckling, but then it goes into that cycle, right, where it does its like it does the force settings. So now you went through that whole damn cycle, and then now you run the door and you're like, it's not what, I want it to go down more. So now you got to basically restart again. That's me. I'm an amateur at this stuff, at that stuff anyways. But that's what it feels like, where I was like, God darn it, I was like, the old mechanical limits, I just give her a little, and I wouldn't run it. I'd always run like, I got smart when I was doing my ups and downs, right? I'd tell the person, or the rookie or whoever was with me, I'd say, don't run it the full cycle. Just run it partially up, hit the button, stop, come back down. That way you wouldn't overheat the motor, especially on a hot summer day. You know what I mean? Because last thing you want to do is when you're sweating your butt off, and you know what I mean, you don't want to. You know what I mean? You don't want it to overheat. Now you got to sit there, and I've done it before. You pull the cover off, blowing on it. And I don't know what these new DCs can handle, the new DC motors, if they're stronger or weaker. Where did it go? Where did it go? Mr. Mastermind, what's the average salary for electrician in the U.S.? Boy, I don't know. If I had to guess, just a guess, it'd be 75, 100, maybe 120. Just a guess. If I had to guess for an electrician, but there's obviously different, the apprentice to a journeyman to a whatever the next layers up. I don't, to all that stuff. You know what I mean? So it's kind of varies, but anywho, I've kept you guys on here long enough. Gosh, I really appreciate you guys being here. And if you got anything, hit me up at the Daveadubson@gmail.com. Otherwise, most of you got my phone number. If you want my phone number, email me. We'll go back a few times. We'll make it happen for you. Otherwise, if you guys got anything, let me know. I didn't get Pete. We didn't get Peter tonight. I wanted Peter. I wanted to talk to Peter. I had an opener. I didn't know if he was struggling with openers. Thought maybe we could hook up. I could help him out a little bit. So, Peter, if you come on the channel or whatever, make sure you hit me up in an email. Let me know where you're struggling. He's over in Detroit. So, I figured I could, if you wanted to hook up on this opener I got going, or if he wants me to help him on a job, it's not too far away. And so, we don't got no snowflakes yet, so Uncle Dave can still drive. So anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the comments and the season, guys. Otherwise, it's bedtime. See you guys later. Take care.